first MPEC meeting since the change of government and different chairpersons. Colleagues, my name is Godwin Ratikwani. I hope that I'm audible enough. I'm the newly appointed chairperson of MPEC, and I know there is other councillors here that have been here for much longer, and we also have our rapporteurs who are available and ready. I would like to note the two apologies that we've received. One from Councillor Tsepo Katle, one from Councillor Peter Sutton. Those are the only two, and therefore late arrivals because they're joining the demarcation board meeting that is supposed to happen this morning or is in progress. And we have a newly reconfigured MPEC committee with different chairpersons, with different members of the committee, myself as a chairperson. And I'd like to also then introduce the team that I work with. The lady there is Desire. She's the secretary. And then we have got Tsepo here. Those are the officials attached to office. Then there is Telo that you, I think, well aware, and you know him well. You've been with him for some time. And then I was also hoping that Telo would be here, but it means we'll have to introduce ourselves so that we know each other better. In terms of what role do you play, and we can then take it from there. The meeting is officially open. I will have to then do the roll call and apologies. I think it will have to start from this side, and then we move like that. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning, councillors. My name is Tom. Chiefs are from Energy and Electricity, the divisional head responsible for energy business. I think that's in short.
Thank you very much.
My name is Randani Mama. I work at the trust.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my name is Philip Spara. I also work under Tom, Mr. Mchizi.
Thank you.
My name is Ndigoro Kwarem. I'm the group head of Energy and Electricity. Thank you.
Karabo Shimfeng, PR Councillor from the DA.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and Councillors. My name is Queen Nani Mashamaite, and I'm the Acting Director of Legal Services. My role is basically to provide legal guidance and services to all Section 79 committees.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Rodney Mawisela. I'm a PR councillor from the Democratic Alliance, serving in MPEC.
Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Leah Kwabi. I'm from the Office of the Speaker, and I will be the Secretary for this meeting.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vicky Lekaminde from the Office of the Speaker. I'm here for Secretariat.
Thank you.
Easter. It's a child also our Jesu Shili. If not, Sarah Toloma Omuswa, officially change. Nagali Nagasiabel Marishani, what cancer comes in one melody, in the Kilokula, Comibia, the border must out of Malay, but must buy.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Councillor Esther Masuku from Ward 62, serving on MPEC committee. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Mali Salamato, Action SAPR Council.
Good morning, Chair and members and colleagues. Pian Sambo, I'm representing Water and Sanitation as the acting group head. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we also have Mr. Mahashwa. Mr. Mahashwa, you can introduce yourself by apology.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson, councillors and my colleagues. My name is Isaac Morashwa. I'm the divisional head for Council and Secretariat Support Services. Thank you.
Perfect. No, thank you very much. All right. Just for purposes of smooth running of the business or of today, we don't have a presentation yet flagged, but the colleagues are busy with it. Then I believe that everyone has the presentations available. And then those that don't have it can just signal us and then we'll send it to you. So you use your gadgets. But as soon as they are able to flag it as we are busy so that we're not delayed, we will then carry on with it like that. And then we also have the what we normally call an agenda. Here is called a program. It starts with the Royal Power status, power status, and it will then be followed by the other two.
Chair.
Yes, Councillor?
No, thanks, Chair.
Deputy Chief Whip?
My apologies. Some of us are furnitures here in this committee.
Yes.
And we've been complaining about certain things. And I just want us to take advantage that, things have changed and we must effect certain changes. Going forward, we need to allow space. It's unfortunate officials can't speak in this meeting. But the MPEC is a very important committee that takes decisions that have got a serious bearing on the city. And most of the times we commit errors in the process, especially around legal issues. I'm quite happy that part of the introductions is legal advisor to committees. Now, because she can't speak in this meeting, or they can't speak in this meeting, maybe next time in the next meeting they must get flags. When we go astray legally, they must just raise the flag. If we're not doing, we're not bad, but they want to indicate to us that we're going astray, then they must get a yellow flag just to flag to us that legally we might be going off the radar. So that as members, we will decide what we do in terms of what we're doing at that particular point in time. I just wanted to raise that, but possibly we'll have meetings and then we'll come up with these innovations so that at all material times we don't find ourselves caught wanting. So that's what I wanted to spot for now.
All right. No, thank you.
I know she heard me, she understands what I'm saying. Outside this meeting, she will also ask me exactly what you mean. But she understands.
Yeah. No, thank you very much, Councillor Anshan, Deputy Chief Whip. We'll work around it. Let's see, maybe this new government is going to come with changes, even in the committee itself. So after the Royal Power status, we will have the housing company, and then we will then have Royal water treatment plant. And then in between all these presentations, we're going to have question and answers from the guests here and the rapporteurs that are going to answer for their different departments. And then if there is anything, it's an open session. You are free to always interject, especially if something is not happening accordingly. You can signal us so that we can all be on the same page. Are we ready to begin, colleagues? As we are putting our phones in silence, all of us?
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Teething problems. Let's put them on silence, colleagues, so that we don't disrupt the live broadcast and so on. Right, so our meeting is being broadcasted live on YouTube. So let's be mindful of different things that might happen. If you need to excuse yourself, you just quietly use one of the back doors and then yeah, we take it from there. Right, the presentation is flagged. So, welcome, Councillor. We are now about to begin. I think because we have not yet started with presentations, we introduced ourselves, Councillor. You are free to do that, and then also followed by the Councillor so that we are all aware of who's in the meeting, then we can quickly start our meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Just one admin issue before we start. I understand that Councillor Maury Joubert from Fats from Plus has been replaced with Councillor Alderman Brandy Kenneson. If you could just have it checked, because I see this still includes Councillor Maury Joubert. Right, for everybody who doesn't know me, I'm Councillor David Farquharson. In the Eastern Cape, they call me Farquharson. It's hard to spell and pronounce, so just call me David. So, Ward Councillor, Ward 57, Centurion.
All right, thank you very much. Can you introduce yourself, Councillor?
Good morning, everyone. It's Councillor Matonsela from Ward 6 in Mamelodi.
All right. Yes, Councillor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kozotzela from Ward 12.
My name is Sabo Kate. Councillor responsible for which one?
Sorry, Councillor, I didn't hear you properly. Councillor. No, we didn't hear you. Okay. Sure.
I'm Councillor Sabo Kate, impact member responsible for the 2-1 also cannot cancel.
All right, thank you. I think now we've all introduced ourselves, isn't it? Okay, thank you. Colleagues, we can begin. I think now we'll give the opportunity to rival team to come and give us the status and the presentation that they prepared for us. And then also please don't mind, colleagues, because of the demarcation board meeting that is happening, certain councillors will be moving in between the two meetings. But the work of the day commences. We're not going to stop anything, just going to continue. Just don't feel that you have been disrespected or something is wrong with whatever that you are doing, or whether it's a presentation or otherwise. Just be mindful of that fact, because many of our councillors are also ward councillors who have got interests in what is happening in the demarcation board meeting that is ongoing, I think on the second floor. Thank you very much. Over to you. I don't know who's doing the presentation, but we are ready. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I will be assisted by colleagues. It will not be a very long presentation. You can go to the next slide. The next slide gives the background that it is an old power station commissioned in 1962 with a capacity of 300 megawatts. Just to put it in context, in today's language, a typical one machine would be around 600. So the whole power station can be replaced by half of a modern machine. So it has 5 times 60 megawatt boilers and 5 times 60 megawatt turbines. So boilers and turbines work together to produce power. It uses pulverized coal, which is coal that is crushed. And then the air quality license, it has been in place, but it needs to be brought in line with the latest air emissions requirements. If you look at what other companies overseas are doing, they've put scrubbers and other equipment on the chimneys to reduce the impact of air quality pollution, and then they easily come into the required limits The water use license, power stations use a lot of water, it is in place. The NERSA generation license, it is in place, which is a plus for the power station. If we go to the next slide, it just highlights that at the moment only one set it can be said to be readily available. The rest somehow will need some refurbishment for them to be available. If you look at number 2, you have the boiler ready, but the turbine not ready, so you cannot have that working. So in short, it says that only 1 out of the 5 can be said to be in the short term, can be brought to life. As we speak, the power station is really not working, and it's under care and maintenance. If you go to the next slide, obviously, even if it's designed for 300, it will not be possible to get all of that out. So there will be some efficiency matters. And then there were some refurbishment that were last done in 2019. These were like high cost refurbishments. And then heavy fuel, oil and chemicals for the feeder are needed to start running. And then for boiler 3, 4 and 5, it's really the issues of major refurbishment if they are to come back to lines. The same with the turbines. The condensers are in bad state and they need retubing. Retubing is really a medium range type of work. Turbine rotors for turbine 4, that is high-end type of a work. It takes a bit long. And then there is also work that is needed for the heat exchangers. So in short, except for set 1, the rest of the machine needs some work before they can come back to work. As you are aware, the cost drivers for a power station is mostly coal, and then there are chemicals like those that you use to make sure that the water is of the right quality, and there are a lot of acid that is used there, and some heavy fuel and chemicals that are used to make sure that the pulverized coal can ignite at the right calorific values. And then at the moment, most of the people that are assigned to Royval, we have been giving them other tasks so that they don't just remain there. So if the station was to be reignited, there would be skill issues that will need to be ramped up. And then fuels and chemicals need to be purchased. Just before we closed the power station, we raised the issue of the slow pace of the purchasing regime of purchasing urgently needed issues for the power station. But as we speak, and as we will see by the next report, we are working on a ring fencing initiative initiated by National Treasury. Now, if we go to the next slide, please. All right, that I have covered. Please, you can go to the next one. Okay, we have covered that. You can go to the next one. Next one. All right, so that just shows that only number 1 can, in the short term, be made to run. And then next slide shows some price estimates. The heavy fuel per month, the expenditure will be just less than $1 million. The coal is the number 1 expenditure. There is a specific grade of coal that gets used for that. And then the chemicals is the least amount. And obviously, if you have, let's say, 280 megawatts, then you will be multiplying that by the rent per kilowatt hour and the hours available, and you will see that it can save the municipality a little bit of money. Obviously, now the dynamics are slightly different with the load shedding not really there. But we have a lot of customers that we have not connected because we don't have enough energy. We also are sitting with a lot of applications for data centers that we cannot provide because we don't have enough energy. So if we go to the next slide, it will now show you that we need to repair faulty compressors, compressor oil, etc., etc. And then the next slide also shows the price estimate for the condensers and also the rotors that need to be refurbished. Boiler one, those are the issues that needs to be done, as well as 3, 4, and 5, and the estimated cost of this. So when you look at this, you have to make a business case to multiply the energy that you can dispatch and by the cost per unit, and see how much you will bring in to offset what you want to spend to make a business case. But obviously some of these things are taken by events, because as we speak, you are aware that there is an energy task team that has compiled the RFI. Next slide, please. Next. All right, I think we have an old one, but the newer slide talks of the energy task team, which is compiling the request for information, which will graduate to the request for proposal. They are meeting again also this week, and that is where the suggestion is to partner with the private sector for the refurbishment of the power stations. We are not, the RFI does not limit them to the type of fuel that they have to use, and it is for both power stations. For today, you have asked only for Roiva, but the RFI also covers the Pretoria West. And once that is adjudicated, there was also a conference that was held beginning of last year, where a lot of interest was shown by people who want to use to resuscitate the power stations. I think in Pretoria West, a lot of people talk of either gas or waste to energy, and Roival, some people feel that it can still use coal. So those alternatives, once they are adjudicated, we can then end up with an arrangement that brings back the power stations, perhaps with even cleaner energy. That, Chairperson, is the presentation in short. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Doctor. All right. Colleagues, now it's your time to ask the questions. Yes, Councillor.
No, thanks, Chairperson, and thanks for the presentation. I just have a few questions in relation to the presentation. The first one is in relation to the quality license that was in place, and currently it needs to be updated. I just want to check, because if we don't comply, Chairperson, it might have repercussions into the life of our people due to air pollution that we are not in compliance with. So I just want to check on when is it the department intended to conclude the process of updating that particular license in line with the requirements as set out. The second question is in relation to the target in terms of renovations. I saw the target, one of the target was supposed to be met on the 30th of June 2022. 30 June 2022. But it seems that it was not met, that particular target. I think maybe if you can get a sense of what transpired, why it was not that particular target was not adhered to. Thank you, Chairperson.
I believe, colleagues, that you'll be able to note them and then answer them at once. No?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Then you will follow. My apology. I saw your hand earlier, but it went down. You can go ahead, Councillor.
Thanks. I've got a few questions because we are MPEG, we chase after money. Our main purpose is to make sure that every department becomes efficient, effective, and economic. So our interest is just money. The technical part, well, we'll understand there and there, but we have to ask financial questions. Number one, I want to understand the operational cost, maximum operational cost of this power station. And with the turbines, say damage, what happens? What is the system in place to make sure that we don't have wasteful expenditure on salaries and other things, operational costs, that doesn't assist the city in any way? Do we move employees? What is the strategy behind that? Or are we saying that then we don't have any turbines working and it's fine, they just come, wear overalls, sleep the whole day, go home the following day until June, whatever time is set? What is the operational strategy to make sure that the value for money that the city spends and the integrity of that value for money is protected? So that's my question. And I ended when it came to end because I don't prefer presentation that are oral because there's lack of accountability tomorrow. So when the slides go to end, and I ended there because anything else that was said for me, it was just another power station. We prefer complete reports and complete representation, and whatever is missing here should come in writing so that we can go through it also. If you want to talk about another power station that you haven't really prepared the presentation for me it's not accepted, and we need to fix all that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Can follow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. My colleague is right, it's very low on information. My questions, I've got a lot of them. How much money is the city spending each year on salaries and security and other maintenance costs? So, if nothing is done, how much is the city committed to each year? The second question is, we've got the capacity to generate 50 megawatts. How much can that 50 megawatts be sold for to consumers? So we add in the extra 15 million, then we start selling 50 megawatts, that will give us some money back. That sounds like a way to go. One of the problems I have with the power plants is they're standing there, they look spectacular, but they're not bringing revenue, we're just shoving money into them. So, me personally, I'm in favour of nuclear. I think we can get some of the new mini reactors that are reasonably cheap, very small, very safe. But we'll have to do a cost analysis, as you said. But I would think that the way forward is to get rid of these money-sucking entities. Sorry for that comment, but we see it every time on the capital expenditure project that there's money going into these, and we're not getting any money back or any benefit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Another hand? Yes, Councillor, then you'll follow Deputy Chief.
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. So we have got with some flu. But my question is very short in terms of the time frame of the project, especially the renovations. When are they planning really to say the renovations are done, then the project is ended, the plant is working as it should be? Thanks.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Deputy Chief.
I've been a member of this committee now for 13 years. And this has been one of the problematic areas in the city. I have never been to Royal in my official capacity as a member of this committee. and it gave me a serious problem. If it was within my powers, I would suggest stand up, leave your gadgets here, we lock these doors, we enter into a motor vehicle and go there now. Because that's one thing that we haven't been doing as MPEC. And I can assure you, we will find many issues that you would not find in a presentation like this one. I mean, the presentation, you can even see that it's not the latest one. That should be a point of concern. And I'm worried, I'm covered by my colleagues. My concern is that this city is growing every day, whether formally or informally. It's a fact, it's growing. And one of the required things that you need when the city grows, the immediate need for the people is water and electricity. And the others come later, but the water and electricity are the most basic services. Now, we keep on bending about the issue of privatizing, selling, and doing all these things. And in the next few years, we will find ourselves being in need of this very same infrastructure that we have sold. Now, I am not getting a sense of what is it that we want to do as the city about this infrastructure. Whether we want to sell it or do away with it or want to keep it and so on. If we want to keep it, our attitude is not the right one. Yes, this facility is one of the facilities that are costing the city a lot in terms of operational costs. But the benefits thereof for the city are very little. And we need to come up with a turnaround strategy to make sure that these assets benefit the city. So I'm not sure how the department is intending to go forward with this, but I think as a committee we need to put our foot down. And we need to also even go to the extent of going to the executive chair so that there can be a political sense of what is it that we need to do. At some point we must have a session where the team is led by the MMC to come and explain both administrative and political direction that we need to take. That is something that we've been pleading for, bending about as a committee. And I think that's when we'll get a sense of where we're going. I'm also in agreement with Councillor Katle. I'm worried we're not getting the technical gist behind the whole thing to say, what is it that was tending to lose or was tending to gain, depending on whether we keep and refurbish it runs sufficiently, or we are letting it go. So I also need to get that sense from the presentation so that we are able to give proper political guidance.
Thank you. Another hand, welcome,
Thank you, Chair. I hope you got my
yes.
Thank you, sir.
It was noted, Julie.
Thank you very much.
Maybe just to add something in the form of an example, Chair.
Yes.
You remember when we had a situation of the fallen pilots in the east? And then I spent literally 48 hours on site with the officials, trying to understand what is happening. At some point, there was a process of rerouting electricity via the network, avoiding the area where the turbines fallen. And we had to via Pretoria East substation, which today you will be told that we don't need that station. And we had to come the other way around. I think we also touched base in Rivers in order to get electricity back into Mamelodi. Now, sitting here as a ward councillor, and majority of members of this committee are ward councillors, that was the only way out to get electricity to the areas that could not get electricity during that period. Now, when somebody says we must do away with this thing, it gives me a serious problem. So I just wanted to put that on the table as a form of example of the need that we have as the fast growing city, one of the biggest cities in the world, and we're a capital city for that matter. So I just wanted to put that on the table so that we get deeper understandings of the importance of these infrastructures, as in when we talk about, or we are bending about letting them go or not letting them go, and so on and so forth.
No, thank you very much. Any other questions or clarity seeking questions? Yes,
I don't
Councillor.
know what to call mine. We once went for an oversight in Mumbai, and there were a lot of challenges that were raised, but I don't see the response from the presentation. So I would like us to get maybe a feedback later. There were challenges of maintenance and equipment that was not found around South Africa that was supposed to be assisting revive. So can we please get information on what is happening or what happened, what is happening now or what is happening? I don't know how to explain it, but let's get a full presentation on the responses of what we found in Revive the other time. There were also issues of number of staff that are not able to run the plant. So can we also get those facts on how many staff members are there? Do they need training or what? Those are the things that are missing from the presentation. If we can get information from those, we'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, Councillor.
Well, thanks, Chairman. I have a proposal. When can we go to Revive?
Thank you, Councillor.
I have an interest that we should go to Revive.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes when you get a presentation like this, as my colleague said, a presentation is a presentation, but they're not sure about it. So let's go there. But if we have a presentation, maybe we'll find everything in order.
Well, thank you, Councillor. I think I'll have to pose mine so we don't waste your time. But the point of concern here, from where I pick up this thing, or the presentation, or what the comrades and councillors are alluding to, is the staffing component. I don't think it was sufficiently addressed, because that's one of the biggest expenditures when it comes to the operations of such stations. I think you need to zoom a lot into that. The inspection in local, we want you to start working as officials here to ensure that we are fine and we are getting ready, we are preparing for the inspection in local, which we need to do as soon as possible and find space and time for it quickly. You can see the executive is moving. Equally, this committee is going to follow suit and start being on the ground. Frequent inspection in locals is going to be the order of the day. You mentioned something about the business case that needs to be done when refurbishing these turbines and so on. My worry is that how you said it, it seemed to suggest that there is no business case yet that exists as part of the presentation, because the wording was that a business case needs to be done and we compare numbers. We need a business case for those turbines so that as we refurbish them, we know what will the city benefit out of all this. The other one is the issue of state capacity. We need to not find ourselves trying to push for entities or assets of the city to be sold, but rather we need to find ways to make sure that the city is self-sustainable. So if anything gets to collapse somewhere, the city can still run. It is a capital city, for heaven's sake. So the idea that it needs to be sold or done away with or is not needed, I think is something that we are going to rigorously fight against. But equally, the fact that we want it to exist does not mean that we must be abused and find ourselves just paying for something that we are not getting any value. It must be done through that business case. I think those are the things that you need to deal with. There was a licensing issue which also can affect operations and dealing with issues regarding pollution. We need to get the response from there. The targets that the councillor was referring to, I'm just rehashing those things as summarized, as highly summarized as possible, so that as you answer and you tackle these particular concerns or clarity seeking questions, you are able to go back to those. It was removed on the presentation, but the initial presentations that were there, it alluded to the target having been missed for boiler number 2, if I'm not mistaken, or turbine number 2, because I know you're using this tool to say now they work together and so on. But there was a note there that there was a target, and it seems like the target was missed. We need to know why was the target missed, and also is there any budget allocated, or you know, what is the solution? Because it's okay for us to come and say these are the problems, but if we bring the leadership of Royval here in terms of the administration, we expect them to not just tell us just the status, but they need to tell us the vision of what do they want to do with this thing. So they need to sell this thing to us as a committee, so we also have a proper understanding of what we are defending, if we are defending it. And if we are taking, we need to know that no, there is no hope. Then we must look into it. And then next time we are reviewing salaries and so on, and we are dealing with expenditure, we know that, okay, we have a problem there in River. So we are not getting a sense of the vision that you guys have for River. I think that was lacking on the presentation. But you have another chance now, another opportunity to take us through this thing so that we understand whether there is hope or not. The other ones is just cost in general. But try and fill up the gaps. The concern around the presentation, firstly with my team, I like to be organized. I mean, there is checklist and stuff. The presentations need to be shared. I think there's 3-4 versions of this presentation. Others with 3 pages. I had to, as these things are done, I had to keep on searching for new presentations in the process. I think we need to do better next time in relation to presentations, and we must give the team enough and sufficient time to prepare the presentations and give us a final presentation. It is a shortcoming that I noted. Even on my side, it was a bit of a struggle, but I believe that in the future we'll do it, because if we are going to be dribbled by Microsoft PowerPoint, then those tens of turbines we are going to just kill communities. Because that is the simplest things you can ever do, is just to make sure that there is streamlining and everyone follows through with the presentation. Because some of us really, like the colleague was saying, as you are speaking, you can speak over, but if I just see a picture of something, I'm okay. I will be able to recall exactly what was the presentation all about. So as we speak about all those turbines in between the presentation, including the presentation itself, there was lag. I thought you were over exaggerating on one slide and then Jiggy were skipping 6 slides. No, that one have passed, that one have passed, you know. So we need to just work on it so that we can add value, and when we are here, and then the committee itself can live here with a sense of what is happening, a true sense of what's happening in River. Other than that, I'm fine. Let's give the team an opportunity to answer to those things that I've raised, that collectively we've also raised to them. And then if there is anything else that was not answered, I think a colleague amongst us will always be given an opportunity to come through and say, I don't believe my issue was addressed. Over to you, leadership.
Thank you very much. My team will assist with responding, but the background is that in 2016, around a decision was made to say that the power station must be put under asset care and maintenance. And so the process has been approved by council. Maybe Tom, you can add it here.
Thanks, as I said, probably have to add, it's true that the decision to why you see the movement on the power station being very slow is because there was an appetite for the city to say no, the expenditure that we are seeing from the power stations cannot be justified in the current form. I think Councillor Harte, you're right that we need to be able to probably provide the granular details of the expenditure that we're dealing with. We're spending on average on the combined employees and fuel related 250 million per annum. And therefore, at that point in time, as we said, when we're not fully generating, then the executive then took a decision that let's put the power station on care and maintenance. Care and maintenance simply means that you are not running it, but you have not switched it off. So that no one can strip it off, these assets. And the reasons was that the city had intentions to go to the market to say, no, fine, we don't want to sell this power station. But we believe that somebody might come and invest, and we have got to use the leverage that we're faced with. One, that we have got our assets that are of the city, and the assets as asset of the city, the land is our land. So we can get a partnership with anyone to come and work with us on a long-term lease, and then you build, you refurbish, and thereafter, over a period, you return back the full assets to the city in that fashion, without any other conditions attached to it. And that's the basis why the first RF request for proposal, when we went out, was aiming to that aspect. When the Ram Cooper's executive mayor's era ended, and then we couldn't get anyone who was able to commit their investment because of conditions that were set. And one of the conditions, as Group 8 has said, has been that we needed a quicker solution over a shorter period. And almost all the financiers and the equity partners that were of the different contractors that were shortlisted needed enough time, and therefore the city was rigid. And therefore they just decided, you know, we're not going to submit the bids. And therefore we're remaining at care and maintenance. We went back again, 2019, same processes. And then during the process towards Mayor Randall, at point in time, we went to the same to try to get partnership, and therefore we end up where we are today. That as we speak to you, we're still on the care and maintenance. We have, and Councillor Harte, I think I agree with you that probably that last slide, because that last slide was just to say this, a process outside of River, and I think that probably through your office chair and still is for us to gradually submit to the department and say these are the expectations that we require from you guys, so that we don't provide a presentation at a high level, but as you said, the MPEG is more important, interested on what is the value for money that we're dealing with, and that's why we need to be able to come back to yourself in the future, and I think even if we have to do the inspection in local, we'll then be able to get that aspect. The second part has been that, as I said, the last allocated budget to the Royal Val, either for operational related aspects was in 2019, as 2019-20. Therefore, since then, there's not been any allocated budget for OPEX except for employees that are contractually bound by the city. And in that scenario, therefore, as the department, what we have been doing is that we will take some of this staff, retrain them, and then put them on the revenue generation initiatives, for example, on metering related aspects that are linked to the funding plan that council approved, because we needed to move at a faster rate, and in the Tshwano Tima program, where we took much of the employees from the Royal, redeployed them under metering for the time being, because and only leave the minimal staff there that are required in terms of the regulation. The regulations require that you cannot have an operations of that nature. It needs 24 hours somebody to be maintaining, to be manning it. Hence we said we have got a team that will always be there, but just to, even though it's under care and maintenance, means that we are not sending out powers, Deputy Chief Whip. The second part has been that because that Roy Valley, where it's seated, it's an interconnector. The network configuration of the city of Tshwane is that between Kwaga, Nyala, and Rifle, the network is configured that if, for example, part of the western part is out, you can still be able to feed through. And therefore, that rival is an interconnector. That's why the team will always be there to make sure that that interconnection part does not suffer. And I think that, Councillor Marishani, you're correct, that we had to evacuate power after Nyala Watlu power lines on N4 collapse, and then use Kwaga Royal back, pyramid back to Watlu, and then to Mamelodi. And that's the configuration of the network, how it is. And that's why we said there is that's a matter that we cannot at all costs. Hence we said even if we were to go to the market, anyone who comes to the city of Tshwane must understand that the operations, we still have a license to operate our network, and therefore even if you invest into the power stations, but that evacuation point of where do we connect the network, it must be operated by the city of Tshwane's officials. So whether it's you bring a private sector must not enter there, because that's where we can evacuate anyone. But two is that in the Royal space, there's also some IPPs that have from the private land of the farmers there that are developing their solars. But they need to inject that power to our network. The only point they can inject is at the same point at River. And that's why we said for us to be able to sell, because it means that we must sell the access to our network. The point will be the same point that we must use in that fashion. And I think that, as I said, we agree that we need to be able to bring not only just a presentation chair. I think we need to bring to yourself a detailed report, and then a presentation, so that in the detailed report you've got all the breakdowns of what almost every council has been raising, that there's seems like there's limitations, because they have got limitation in terms of you don't know to what extent you bring that presentation to cover which angle, but the report can then be able to cover enough detail that you require as such. The issue relating to the air quality, I think you're right. When we, and because we operate with the National Transmission Company or the Control Center in Germiston, we need to be able to ensure that whatever that is evacuated, even if we were to increase the capacity there, is in compliance with the environmental. Will then ask for exemptions. I mean, all of you know that as we speak to you, the Minister, Barbara, exemptions are being challenged in court on some of the ESCOM's Highveld or Mpumalanga power station that are because we needed to continue to produce in that fashion. Therefore, even in our space, the moment you are going to produce, it means that you must be compliant. I will give you an example. In Pretoria West, the last time when we were producing Agaman Satan, we had to be fined because Pretoria West was already no longer more like an industrial. But when you produce this emission that the people then go to the province and therefore we get a fine. And so we said, even if we were looking into the future, that will need to be cleaner in the Pretoria West. But that side, we can then be able to look into exemptions if they're available and other strict conditions that might be required for us to limit the emissions that are there. Therefore, that process, as we said, if we are producing, we will need to be able to have data available. So hence, we said we will then be able to ask the authority to provide us the updated exemptions if required, or the condition that we need to meet. The second last is also, as a group head have said, that the kind of coal and the type of sizing of the coals will also link to what emissions we are going to be faced with. And that's why we said all those things are part and parcel of the report that the authority will then consider when they do update your exemptions as required in that fashion. The generators that are there are old. And I think I like the view that we must go to the site. You'll see some of you, you know General Electric, but you, when you arrive there, you're going to see some generators that are before General Electric, which is English era, which means that you cannot even go and say you're going to find it somewhere else. You will need to fully get new something that side. And that's why we said, if we have got to get an investor, or it's the city of Tshwane, you will rather have to have an investor who must go across the world and say which power station have got the same age, same type, that they can move some of this equipment to ourselves. And that's the basis why you will see that from a decision to maintain, we couldn't do that. The issue of the timelines, as I said, are linked to what budget you make available. And at a particular point in time, you will have to make a choice. And these choices are linked to what we are faced with. We have to engage with ESCOM. ESCOM was Councillor Stella, our friend of ESCOM, were very much keen. They came and then sent their team to assist us to do some refurbishment in the river, which will make it easier for us to be able to pump out. And so we said that when we talk about that available turbines, boiler and turbine 1 and boiler 2, because they are synchronized. Therefore, boiler 1 can be synchronized to turbine 2 and boiler 2 to turbine 1 in that aspect. Therefore, we can then be able to use one boiler to the turbine in that fashion. Therefore, they have done that aspect. And hence, we indicated that we have got 60 megawatts available, but because of the efficiency, hence we always said no, even though the 60 megawatts is available, from an efficiency point of view, you can only work on the 50 megawatts and then be able to say no, you'll not be, because of the age of what you might find yourself in that aspect. As such, I think I think the rest, I think the colleagues will add, just to conclude and say that the primary driver of this cost trace, being as a group head has said, is coal and fuel, or it's a primary source of energy, which is what we spend on coal and on fuel. And then we have got an expenditure that is sitting of employees that we need to deal with as such in that fashion. I think the rest colleagues can add. Thank you very much.
If you could add and then we add it. Go ahead.
Colleagues, it seems that the team has answered as far as they could. Is there anything that you believe that either was omitted or you want to add on whatever that you've submitted before? Deputy Chief Whip?
No, thanks, Chair. Dr. L has been here for some time and he left. And he came back and he finds us with the very same issue. Very good friend. Yeah, at some point we had to make plans when we didn't have transformers here in China and we borrowed from Jobe through him. I won't go into details because I'll be divulging some information that no one is supposed to know. In light of what we've just went through as a country, and as a city where we're strategically located, and as a capital with the responsibilities that we have. I mean, you've got Madiway on the other side. You've got, what is this municipality from Municipal? So there are challenges there in terms of energy related issues. And we've got a big brother responsibility. I know we've got relations with Johannesburg and Durban to some extent with regards to issues of this nature. Now, and as and when we are deliberating on these issues, something comes to my mind to say, the quicker we establish what we call a business entity that will take care of this type of infrastructure in the city going forward, so that we've got proper management systems to run infrastructure like this one. I think we need to establish entities so that there can be proper management of this, so that the department focus on primary responsibilities to monitor the network in terms of the supply to the residents and business and so on. But for big infrastructure like this one, we need to go the route of similar to that one of Joburg. Let's establish entities, put people with knowledge and all those things, skills to run these entities going forward. And I think that will assist us as a city going forward to make benefits out of such infrastructure that we have. But also, we need to look into options also again, to enter into strategic partnerships with entities like ESCOM, in order for us as a city and as a country to maximize on the benefits that will come out of those ideas or those agreements between us and the entities. I think we still need this infrastructure. We can't be at a point where we need to let it go. And I'm very skeptic of entering into relations where we allow private people in bigger scale on the infrastructure like this one. I am very skeptic. You will have to go at length in order to convince me to allow that. And if it's government to government departments, I won't have that much of a bigger problem. And something tells me that we still need to do a lot of work. And the problem is that our will amongst ourselves as government entities is the one that is delaying the process. For example, to come out of the woods of load shedding. I mean, today we're celebrating how many days? 300 days out of load shedding. But I can tell you, if infrastructure like the Rooiwal Power Station and the Pretoria West Power Station were fully functional, in Tshwane would have been alleviated a long time ago from load shedding. I remember at some point I was listening to Power FM while I was driving. Somebody in Atteridgeville calls into Power FM and says, we don't know what is load shedding. I don't know what happened there. Some magic was happening. So somebody was saying, we don't know. And by that time, load shedding was born, the in thing. I think we were on stage 5 or something. But he said, no, in Atteridgeville, we don't know what is load shedding. I hope I'm not putting someone into trouble. Not a lot of questions are going to be asked out of this meeting, but that was a fact. That was a fact. So I think we need to go back, Dr. Ed, put our ducks in a row and come up with a strategy going forward as to how are we going to go forward with this issue of power stations.
Right. Thank you. Then you'll be followed by Alderman.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to totally disagree. We are discussing only the power generation capacity of the city, not the rest of the infrastructure. That's what I understand. You gave us a figure that it's costing 250 million rand a year just to keep empty power stations that aren't producing any electricity powered up. The switching system, your interconnection system, there are a lot of them around the city. They are not very expensive. To keep, the only benefit that I've heard so far is that the interconnection system is being maintained as part of the 250 million. Am I right so far?
Oh, maybe before he interjects,
Okay.
there is a. I think what he was saying, the gentleman, is that there was a point at which it was costing the 250 million on fuel, and then there was a decision that they put it on maintenance and asset maintenance, right? And then that way they were doing it so that the power station does not get stripped. But it then doesn't mean that what he's saying is that they have to keep on pumping 250 million per annum. And it was even per annum, it was not. Yeah. That's
How much is it then per annum?
You mean after it's on the...
No, it's under care and maintenance.
Thank you.
About 100 million, I think. Yeah. All right. So it's being...
Are you still Mr. K?
So it has
You are protected.
They've been under care and maintenance since 2016. So we've spent 800 million for no benefit back to the city. The only benefit we've got is the switching system, that's a small part. I'm sorry to say this, but it looks a lot like fruitless expenditure. We might have value in the antique turbines and generators if we can find a crazy collector who can buy them. But we've thrown in 800 million and no benefits. So, yes, the other thing that worries me is national government shut down our power generating capacity when they gave Eskom the monopoly. The new attack coming from national government is that this year there's a 25% rebate on solar systems. So if we don't get this problem solved, we're not going to have a market of people who want to buy electricity. In the area where I live in, there are groups, there are meetings happening of people who want to disconnect from the city. They want to put up joint solar ventures. They're talking about panels and batteries and control from a central system. So this has been going on since 2016. I'm not sure a visit to the power station is going to give us any better idea, because the future is more important than what's happened in the past. We need a plan. We need to know what's happening? Are we just going to have to budget every year 100 million for something that's not giving us a benefit? So you have spoken about the plans, the dreams, the working group on energy. So if nothing happens, then we're spending another 100 million this year for nothing. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think the alderman will come and then you can just answer.
Thank you. Chair, thank you very much. I think firstly, you know, it's just a reality, unfortunately, when you have a beast of that nature, you have to mothball it and you have to keep it going, and that's where those expenses go. That it's a concern is definitely true. Now, I think Councillor Marishani has put an idea on the table or a proposal that we need to move it to an entity, and I think, you know, that's a very, it's taking us forward by a suggestion like that in his viewpoint. I want to put something else on the table on the other side, and that is that if we look at the municipality, one of the challenges local government has is that our tariff structure and our core mandate is we need to provide electricity, we need to provide water, we need to manage sewage, do waste collection, and we collect property rates. And we get an electricity tariff, we provide electricity, people pay us for that electricity. And it's very difficult. I think if you look at local government all over South Africa, failing infrastructure is a common denominator in all of them. And the point that I want to make is that I'm not necessarily even convinced that an entity might be the right aspect. I think we should give these infrastructures, even the wastewater treatment plants, give them to the experts who know them. Eskom, Maribeng, Rand Water, that can manage those infrastructures, and it becomes easier for us because it becomes a fixed cost to the municipality. Then we keep buying electricity, we pay it, same with other infrastructure. So one of the aspects that I would like us to consider, I also agree with Councillor Marishani. Private sector is maybe not the right person, and I do share his concern because there will always be a margin of profit that comes into a private sector entity. We need to understand that that's what the private sector do. But if you have somebody like Eskom who takes over the infrastructure, they're in a much more, that's their job, that's what they do, that's the point that I'm trying to make. Our core mandate is we provide electricity to residents. Eskom's mandate is transmission, generation, distribution. That's what they do. The entire beast is designed for what they do there. So I would like us to look at that option as well. We have a shortage of electricians and artisans in the city, a major one. It's a concern, even colleagues will know that I've spoken about this in the past. We need to fill those vacancies. So one of the aspects we could do then, hypothetically, Eskom takes over Rooiwal, we can bring those electricians, the people that are now mothballing Rooiwal, can come into our, come onto our site to help maintain our network and all that. So it's not a case of we need to retrench people or we lose, or Eskom might even absorb some of them. I don't know, they might, because because of people who have the vast knowledge of that area. So we have Councillor Marishani's viewpoint, and I just want to put this one on the table because I think that also needs to be explored, because that will certainly help us to reduce that cost, and it would put the asset into the hands of somebody who can. We depended on national government, and because of the Division of Revenue Act with taxes, we get grants, and that's what we depend upon many times to maintain these assets, because our tariffs are never going to cover that. We're never going to tariff on a monthly basis and get enough money to do the maintenance that you need to do, the refurbishments that you need to do on a power plant and all that. Maybe the clever people can actually factor that in, but that standard maintenance is a massive expense. So I just want to put that idea on the table. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you. I think it's about time we give you another opportunity to go through the three hands that we have in our chairs.
Thanks, Chair. And I think we shared we shared the fact that even if you generate your 50 megawatts I think Councillor certainly put it correctly that with your current tariff structure that is not cost reflective, your ability to recover that and sell it to the end user, because we got to be able to say, no, it cost me so much to generate 50 megawatts. Therefore, I must transfer that cost to the end user customer. But in the current aspects that we do what we call balancing. Whatever I generate, it means I must look into where I'm buying from Eskom, from anyone, and then aggregate and say there's only one tariff for the end user customers. Which is why we say that when we look into what we can be able to do in the past, around 2012, 13, 14, Philip, what we were generating from Royal and Pretoria West, we were not selling it directly to our end user customer. We were generating sale to Eskom and make money out of that, because no customer was going to afford the direct tariff that we will have sent them from what was generated from Eskom. And that's the basis why we needed to do what we call aggregations of the cost in that aspect. The issue, and I think that the issue relating to the cost that we were saying was faced with annual. And I want to put it without any fear of contradictions. These are employees of the city of Tshwane. I cannot do anything unless if you want to retrench them, you must tell me so. But these are employees of the city of Tshwane. My role is that because they posting on care maintenance, I then second them to support the generations, revenue generation initiatives. Hence, I took them from power stations to metering, because I want to sweat these employees than to allow them to sit in a power station in that aspect. Therefore, the assumption that the cost is not justifiable, it cannot be true. I want anyone to kind of understand that these employees are employees of the city that are assisting us every year, every month. When I go to what I've purchased from Eskom to what I've sold, I sold on the basis I've got these employees that are going to do switching off and customers that are owing me, or owing the city. And therefore there's a value of what I'm getting. Therefore the cost in that aspect, it must be seen in that context. That otherwise, if they were sitting there and I have got a high vacancy rate of 36%, by the way, in the energy electricity, I would then have to get somebody to fund for me to fill the 36% vacancy rate. And have those guys sitting there and do nothing. Then I rather transfer them to assistance. Therefore, the cost benefit analysis, it's on that context that's why we said there is a need. But yes, around the operational efficiency of whether the agency wrote or not, it's an issue what we said. The reasons why there's a process of an RFI, it's also to determine that you don't need to run it yourself. That RFI might say, no, fine, use a partnership. In City Power, for example, the Calvin, they go into a partnership and they run Calvin in that aspect. And then while City Power is sitting on the side, but Calvin is an entity on its own, or of the Calvin Power Station is an entity that runs that aspect. So that cost does not find expression on the City Power aspect. But then you purchase from that Kelvin aspect. That is the approach that was said. We can only do that when we make that determination on the RFI to determine how we can run these aspects. The second part is that, Councillors, all of you on the 31st of October, you approved a turnaround strategy for energy and electricity towards the trading services. And as National Treasury said, no, the current grants that we're providing for you, it's not adequate. So we need to look at incentive-based model, we'll go to whatever, we're going to borrow money in that aspect. And they came back to us in December and said, no, we need you to tweak here and there. Amongst others, that ring fence your energy businesses outside of your whole that we call the city of Tshwane, because whatever you're generating, you must be able to account to say what is that only for electricity in that fashion. And then when there's a surplus, you can then give the surplus to non-generating aspects. That process, we've done it. They've come back to us. We're coming back to yourself again. I think now for the final report that must then be able to be part of the new reform of what needs to be happening in that fashion. Therefore, we sitting with an understanding that there is a need to reform this sector. There's a need for us to ensure to give a cost-reflective expenditure framework, so that when we come here, we must be able to say, no, fine, you have approved this budget. This is the revenue that I've raised. This is the surplus that I've made. Therefore, you can distribute it to clinics or those other areas that don't generate money, so that we can then be able, and this is the amount that we must put on maintenance of our infrastructure. And that's the process that we will be able to deal with that in that fashion. And therefore, as I said, those electricians and artisans who are using them currently, hence I said we don't want to deal with that. Lastly, is that Chair, we have got customers that, as Councillor Ferguson has said, those customers, I must tell you a secret. None of them want to get out of our network. None. They will tell you that no, we'll put our soul, but all of them remain connected. They use us as a battery. When there's a cloud or there's no generations in their part, they then plug to our network. Therefore, there's no energy and that's why we said we are reforming the current tariff structure, so that we can charge them the network, the fact that they've plugged to our network in that fashion. And that's why we wanted to, because we knew that some of them is people who can afford, Storm and the rest who can afford, but the majority of our people who cannot afford, who are in township, don't have that luxury. And that's why we want to charge them in that tariff structure to ensure that we will recover. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are out of time. However, there is an undertaking here that we are going to get a report that can be detailed. I think the team here will work on the specifics of what are the key points that we're interested in. Some of it, of course, has already been noted here. And then we will also do our inspection in local. We'll work it and then we'll announce it accordingly in due time so that they are ready for us. And then we'll play around with different models that we can come up with, but we need to go and build that business case and say what is the way forward in relation to this matter. Then we move on from there. I think what we can do now is to thank the team that graced us with their presence, and then we make sure that we go out there and we deliver the best services and we save the city as much as we can. We derive value for money from these assets that we own as a city. Then we find the best strategy going forward. But I don't think there is no will or appetite from all the parties on this table to deal with this matter. And I think that's why we sits there and then is the anchor of the hope that we have on this entity and this particular assets that we have. Thank you very much, Deputy Chief Whip.
Just as a parting shot.
Yes.
There was an attempted heist in the city. And then when we go on this inspection look, I don't want to be depressed when I get security is just the top notch. Our infrastructure is under security. In fact, that which happened the other week, it's an embarrassment to us as the city. So I know, because I've been going there on an informal basis. When I get there and talk, I know it's not your territory security-wise. I don't want to be shocked. That's our asset. Thank you.
Thank you. I thought this is the highest of the unsolicited bid. I thought that's what you're talking about. Yes, Councillor.
Can I just ask a favour?
Yes.
When the tweaked report is coming through, could you just please tell the chairman to warn us that we've got to study that document very, very carefully. From what I understand is you can answer all our questions
All right, thank you very much, colleagues. We're going to take a body break of 5 minutes so that we get our slides there, and then we also allow our team from Tshwane Housing Company to prepare themselves. Means we will resume at 10:50, and we apologize, colleagues, for that 20-30 minutes. We'll make sure that next time we're on time. Thank you very much. Please assist us with the slides and everything. And circulate. councillor that will then be speaking will have to identify himself or herself as they ask the question so that there's a bit of decorum. Otherwise, we're going to introduce ourselves the whole day.
Yeah.
Right, yes, from my left.
Good morning, honorable councillors. My name is Obadeng Nyundi. I am the CEO at Housing Company Tshwane, and we are pleased to be sitting before you. Thank you so much. And then I am with my acting CFO, Mrs. Letiama Gibinyana.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Letiama Gibinyana from Housing Company Tshwane. I'm acting as the CFO, but my normal position, I'm the finance manager. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors and colleagues. My name is Makota Mandisha. I'm acting divisional head representing Group Head Nontomemela. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Gordon Ratikwani. Then I'm the chairperson of the committee. Then we will also get names of other councillors as we rock and roll, just in the interest of time. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chair. Next slide. As this is our first appearance in the committee, I took the liberty to take the committee from who HCT is, taking into consideration that you might not know who we are, what we do, and all that. So HCT is a city-owned entity that was established in 2001 under Section 86C of the Municipal Systems Act. We are also accredited by the Social Housing Authority, which is the SHRA. So we are conditionally accredited as a social housing institute, which is an SHI. We are also registered in terms of the Companies Act, so we are an autonomous company, which was then created to procure, develop, we own, we let, maintain, and manage residential properties that we are the ones that we either get from the city or the ones that we develop ourselves. Our market is, we are there to bridge the missing middle, the market that is called the missing middle. So we deal with people that earn from 1,850 to 22,000 Rand. Currently, the national government is in the process of revising the upper middle, because as the economy grows, that gap becomes bigger and bigger. So they are now going to look at the maximum of approximately 32,000. That has not been gazetted as yet, but we are hoping that before the financial year, we should then be doing that. In June 2023, our mandate was then extended through council approval, where now, initially when the entity was established, we were responsible for doing only social housing developments. Now the mandate has been extended to expand into student accommodation, affordable rental, and first home buyers, because we want to create a trajectory for all our tenants, that when people come in, you might come in as a student, you then get a first job, then you grow in your career, and then you go and then get your first home that we own. So we want to be responsible to walk that journey with you in terms of the housing fraternity. As I have indicated, our performance areas, we're talking about development, planning, and managing. We provide affordable rental accommodation. We provide accommodation to low and medium density. Next slide. We provide low to medium density housing and property management services. We manage the City of Tshwane rental stock. We have also been mandated to champion the affordable rental strategy for the city. So the city is currently in the process of developing a housing strategy for the whole development. We were busy with the market analysis, where we actually have realized that for student accommodation, only in Tshwane, we are looking at about 43,000 beds that are in need. For affordable housing, we are looking at 83,000 units. For social housing, we are looking at 110 units in need. Affordable housing, first home finance, it's 93,000. Looking at those numbers, HCT alone would not be in a position to close that gap or even attempt to minimize the need. So what the rental strategy then is going to do is going to then identify partners that can partner with the city and the entity in ensuring that we try and make the gap smaller. Next slide. Our core function, which is client services, property management, and property development. That is what the entity is established to do. But as any other company, next slide, you also require support services. So we have our own governance functions. We run our own finance and SCM projects. We then have corporate services within, which means we run our own IT and human capital. And then we also have other internal managements like your marketing and communication and stakeholder engagement. Next slide. Then our strategic objectives, we've got 6. These 6 strategic objectives were developed around 2017, 2018. At the time, there was a desire for the city to close all entities, which is ourselves and TIDA. So we then had to come up with a strategy that can convince the city that we are in the position to actually make this entity grow and carry it. So then we focused on strengthening and rebuilding our social housing plan, because for instance, since 2001, when the entity was built until 2015, the entity only had 95 units, which is enough. The growth of the entity you see from 2016 upward. So between 2016 and 2018, 2019, you look at about 693 units. From 2018 to 2024, we are now sitting at 2,107. So, which is actually a big jump, and because of the strategy that we had developed, we could then demonstrate to the city that this thing is possible. We also had to provide good property and tenant management facilities and community development. Part of what we do, it's not just provide houses. We also need to care for the social ills, because the market that we cater for is the market for the vulnerable. So part of what the mandate and the regulator had then put in our umbrella is that as much as you are putting homes, you need to create communities, you need to create families. So hence the community development practices. One of the biggest things that was a thorny sore in the entity when we joined was the governance structures and the principles of ethics and good governance. The entity was not well established and not well capacitated. So we had to make sure that that is then corrected and through the strategy. We also had to then create a brand, because what we also realized was that the entity was not known, and what was said is that it was not even known by its own shareholder. So you would go to departments and you will say you are from Housing Company Tshwane. They would think that we are a private entity, only to find out that we are a city-owned company. One of the biggest challenges that we also experienced when we were trying to get this car going there, Housing Company Tshwane, is that when we do our applications and processes, you would find the city looking for things from us that they need to give us. For example, when you then go and apply to then get a township established, they will then look for a guarantee from you. The city is my guarantor, so you can't ask for a guarantee from me. So those are the things that then had to make us look outside and say, it is then our responsibility to educate the public and to educate the city as to who HCT is. We then also had to look at making HCT financially sustainable. One of the reasons that the city wanted to close the entity, and which is still a thorny issue, is that the city is saying that this company must run itself, meaning that this company needs to grow to a point where it is no longer dependent on the city, and it can actually pay its own salaries, get its own capital grant, and also generate operational grant funding. So that is what even the new extension of the mandate is supposed to assist us to get to that financial sustainability. In that process, we also had to redesign, we had to reposition the structure, because when we also came in, the structure that was there was not supporting the mandate of the entity and its operations at the time. So that then had to be reconfigured. That will still remain a strategic objective, because as you grow, you cannot expect that the same people that are in there would have the capability and the capacity to deal with student accommodation, because student accommodation is coming with its own dynamics and requirements. So it means that the company is going to continuously grow and get people that would then be able to capacitate and support it for its future growth as well. Next slide. So HCT's performance in the past 5 years. We have been doing considerably well, especially after the first attempt in getting the structure corrected and putting the relevant positions in place. The entity has been performing between 54% with the highest of 74% in 2024. Next slide. In terms of financial performance in the past 5 years, the entity has received a surplus for the past 5 years, except for last financial year, where we then experienced a deficit. This was due to a legal battle that we lost with the contractor Faranani for the land portion that is in Timberlands, where the contractor then sued the entity for profit and loss. Next slide. Next slide. In terms of Operation Clean Audit as well, the entity had obtained unqualified audit opinion for the past 4 years, and unfortunately in the 2024 financial year, we then obtained a qualified audit. This was due to the fact that there were material misstatements that had to be corrected, and unfortunately we could not attend to them in time. One of our biggest contributor was that the Marabastad Townlands project had to be capitalized because the project is then completed. The corrections that were then required to be made would have required a re-evaluation of the project, which will then not give us sufficient time to do the re-evaluation and the corrections, and that led to us then being qualified. Next slide. For the midterm and Q2 performance, we are currently sitting at 76%, and our biggest contributors of our performance currently is under greenfields development. Greenfields development is new projects. When we had this KPI, at the time we were meant to finalize a project that we have in Orchards, which is Chantel Extension 39. Unfortunately, in May 2023, we then had to terminate, May 2024. Yes, May 2024, we then had to terminate the contractor due to non-performance. I think we had done what we could as an entity to try and support the contractor, and however we could not do that. And then the other KPI that we are struggling at is CAPEX. Next slide. Maybe that one I've already spoken to. That's the development one. And maybe members, with your permission, can I only look at the ones that did not perform, or should I take you through everything?
Not achieved.
They're not achieved. So under the not achieved, we did not achieve Townlands Phase 2. We had a requirement to at least occupy 75%. We are sitting at 62 at Mantel. The reason for that is that in the model that we use for social housing, you've got your lower income, which is your lower band. That is people from 1,850 to 11,500. That market is full, and we even have a very credible waiting list. However, you've got a market from 11,501 to 22,000. We had received close to 11,000 applications for townlands, and not even 1,500 of those are credible. Our people are indebted. Our people have got bad credit record. So because this project is it's the biggest social housing in South Africa, all eyes is on it. So it is constantly audited. It is one that is actually supposed to demonstrate how social housing is being run. So the rules and regulations in that development are very tight. So hence you will then find that a lot of people would not qualify, because if you have a bad record and if you have an affordability issue, you would then not be able to occupy, because then you won't be able to pay your rent, which is then going to defeat the purpose of what we are doing. So we could not meet that because that market, so currently we are sitting with about 400 units that are actually vacant, because those units are for that market. And that is the market that should actually be used to even cross-subsidize the development. So from a financial perspective, it's weighing heavy on the development, because the higher pay, they are very minimal than the lower pay. However, the entity has also embarked on a different approach in filling up those units. The Department of Defense have approached us for us to provide accommodation for their soldiers, because their residential properties have been declared not suitable for, they are unsafe. So yeah, so now they have to decant them and fix. So while that is happening, we are looking at a ±5-year lease, which is actually quite good. Then we would then be able to, one, get revenue, and then two, what we are also doing in our education processes is to assist our tenants to get clean. So what we do is that we don't just say to you, you don't qualify, go. We show you your red areas and areas that you actually have to go and rectify, so that once another opportunity becomes available, because that is not the only project that the city is going to be building, there is opportunity coming. So once those opportunity becomes available, at least our residents have now cleaned their credit record. Next slide. this KPI has been achieved is regarding stakeholder management. Next slide. So the one that we did not achieve is the CAPEX budget spent. The CAPEX budget spent was not spent because we had terminated the contractor. That then affected our performance. Next slide. The next one that is not achieved is the liquidity ratio. This is due to the entities experiencing a very high cash flow challenge. That is because the entity is dependent on the city to assist it. So if the city experiences financial challenges, it also boils down and affects the entity. So currently we are sitting with invoices that we can't honor because what we had requested we did not get, and we now pay piecemeal as and when we go, and those contracts that we can cancel, we try and cancel them. Those that will create legal and litigation issues, we then have to take them through to finality. We are hoping though that as the entity grows, this picture will actually change. Next slide, please. The other one was the action plan for the AG action plan. We had out of 53, 17 queries were resolved, which then resulted in 32%. We are working tirelessly. We've even put a program in place to make sure that we attend to all audit queries and mitigation factors by end of financial year this year as part of our clean audit or operation. Next slide. That one has been achieved. Next slide. That one has also been achieved. So with this one, we have been struggling to fill the position for the past 8 years. So we've managed to get an incumbent, successful incumbent from, it was a city employee who then applied for the job at the entity and is doing a remarkable job. As we are speaking, the entity now has a website. We all now have social media platforms, and we wish that you can follow us, like us, comment, because that is what is also going to make us grow and visible. Our following is very minimal, so once people talk about us, comment on our pages, we then get known. So we have X, we've got Facebook, we've got TikTok, we've got WhatsApp, and we are on LinkedIn. The next slide. Financial performance in terms of what was budgeted for Q2, we only achieved 79%. Our biggest contributor was the rentals for fixed asset, as I have already alluded, at Townlands. Townlands is 1,200 units. At the end of December, we had only allocated about 776. And according to what was planned, we should have allocated all 1,200. So then that caused the big deficit of rental money coming in. The other biggest contributor was the CAPEX grant. As I had alluded, we could not spend due to the fact that we do not have a contractor, and once you do not have the contractor, you cannot draw down the money that the SHRA had allocated for you, because you draw it down on tranches based on the performance of the contractor. Next slide. In terms of expenditure, we have underspent by 37%, and the biggest contributor is one, bad debt impairment. What happened is that we have transferred stock, group property stock, into the entity. Unfortunately, as much as we are good at what we're doing, part of what the city does is give us bad liabilities. That stock is it's not performing. It's very bad. We are collecting between 5 and 15%. And then the expenditure is actually even above what we are collecting. Hence, I'm calling it a liability. And with the current laws in South Africa, evicting people, especially you have people that have been staying there for 30, 40 years, and they are basically not even prepared to relocate. We've got employees of the city that have retired, that are sitting in our properties, and that's the only home they know. So they are not willing to relocate. Contracted services, when we then did the transfer of these properties to us, the obligation was then on us to secure them, because one of our good property management function that we pride ourselves in is that our places are secured and they are safe. And we believe that when people are safe, then the culture would change, they would start paying, then you renovate, because obviously you can't take a dilapidated structure that in a city that is bleeding and turn things around overnight. So we do what we can do with the limited functions that we have. Next slide. So this slide is showing us the collected revenue versus what we build on the stock that we are having. So if you can see, we are actually collecting about 85%, which we consider very good, especially when we compare ourselves with our peers. Your Josh Co's and your Ekurhuleni, they are ranging between 45% and 29% on all their stock. We are sitting at 85%. Our biggest contributor is Clarina. Clarina is a project we inherited from the city that is housing ex-Schubert Park tenants. So there was an arrangement of them paying not even rental levies of about 650, and on that only 10% of the tenants are paying. That 10% is only your asylum seekers. And because we've got a combination of asylum seekers, old-aged residents, and those are the ones that are paying. Other ones, they are not paying. The reason they are not paying is that they're saying, if the city can pay for other people in other complexes, why are they not paying for us? That has been a debate that has been going on for years. I know that there is a legal battle currently going on between the city and the ex-Schubert Park tenant. We are hoping that this will come to an end very soon. Then our other development that is not performing quite well is Royval. Royval, we are collecting about 8.09%. So these are the two properties that are reflecting negatively in our books. Next slide. Our company has a board, an independent board. We have 4 non-executive directors and 1 executive director being me. We also have 3.
You're all fired.
Sorry?
You're all fired.
Sorry?
You are all fired. That's really the message.
Oh, we've got a board of 4 non-executive and 1 executive member. Our CFO resigned in December. We have 3 committees where they play oversight, which is Finance and Risk, Project Development Committee, and REMSEC. REMSEC is Remuneration and Social and Ethics Committee. I have also included the names with our chairperson of the board being Mrs. Portia Tausikat. Next slide. This for me is our critical slide, because this is actually now indicating the challenges that are affecting the entity tremendously in its growth. Statutory approvals. I believe I'm not the only one who has an issue of economic development and the red tape and the approval system. Part of what is killing our contractors is not the fact that the city is not paying, is the fact that we also take forever to take decisions. I am still of the view, and I stand corrected, that the city processes are not wired up to support service delivery. We are our own. Yes. So I am saying that because I am suffering it. I have applications that were submitted from 2015, and to date I'm still fighting them. Legislation changes all the time. I don't know, that something just needs to be done. So my assistance that I require is that the city needs to set up a structure that deals with service delivery projects, where these projects can be presented, can be ventilated. We are not saying that we don't want to do things right, but let us be given the platform, let decisions be taken in a good overall time, so that work can actually happen. A lot of our projects get delayed because decisions are not being made. The second issue is that insufficient budget. We actually lost about 300 million from national government because the city was not putting bridging finance. So what we have also identified is projects that are not city or mayoral priorities do not get the attention. I take myself as one of the revenue generating entity, and I believe if the work that we do can be prioritized from a mayoral level, it can actually even improve the landscape of the city. So we sometimes get minimal or no budget at all. And at times you find that you even have service providers appointed and you can't even pay them because there is no budget that was allocated to us. One of the other things that we are struggling with is transfer in properties. Maravastad is completed. We own the top structure, the city owns the land. We are even unable to capitalize the project. There's a council resolution that was done 2016 for the land to be transferred to us. To date, we still don't have that land to us. These also create a lot of administration and operational challenges. As we speak, we get Tshwane Dima to come and Dima us, but we can't even open an account in our name so that we can pay. Hence, I'm saying we are killing our own good work. So with that said, committees, this brings me to the end of my presentation, I think. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, there's the opportunity now to speak. We'll start here, then we'll follow, and then we'll note other hands. You will be number 3, and we'll note other hands as time goes. Shoot, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. My question is in relation to the allocation of the flats or accommodation, specifically that one that you said was meant for the lower end, and now it's being, there's negotiations with the Department of Defense. How is that legally or compliance going to affect your operations? Because those units were specifically made for specific people in a certain earning bracket. Now that I assume maybe soldiers earn a bit more than that, how do you guys work around those issues?
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Chair, if we can look at this and try and get people to give the same standard. Going through this presentation, I know exactly what's happening, what's been done and everything. This is one of the best presentations I've seen. Thank you. My other question is, in the past we've normally gone for recoveries when there's been some kind of slip up causing losses to the city and city entities. Could I ask if you could have a look at the FUIW register and see if we have done a report, gone through a report on the timberlands problems and whether we've recommended recovery so we can follow up. And the third thing is, as my colleague has said, you are walking a very narrow tightrope legally. You seem to be handling it brilliantly, but it sounds like a lot of what you're doing is social services. Could I ask you to please investigate whether you can possibly apply for some of the social service grants to improve your cash flow? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor David.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, actually number 3 is here.
No, it's fine, it's fine, I'll wait.
Yeah, you'll come after Alderman. Yes.
No, thanks, Chairperson.
But you are still with me. There's no crisis. Okay, yeah, and then we are coming, starting our position. On the lighter note.
We are one here.
Let's go.
Thanks, Chairperson. The first question is in relation to the audit findings, and I think is where we need to pay more attention as MPEC. However, Chair, it's difficult because it's just numbers there in terms of those findings, and quite of them they were not achieved in terms of the dealing with them. So it will be prudent that perhaps we are supposed to even detailing those findings as to what transpired. Are there material irregularities, immaterial irregularities, so that we can be able to then assist in terms of providing guidance as the MPEC. I think that matter need to be corrected, Chairperson. The other issue is in relation to the funding in terms of the project that we are dealing with in terms of housing. I wanted to see that perhaps you will be able to indicate that these are the projects that we are having, and these are the funding model, and these are the outstanding in terms of how far to be completed, because there is a significant problem in terms of having projects that are not even completed, and that is tantamount to then having financial burden to the city. The other issue is in terms of 41.8 million deficit. How are we going to then intend to then address it? Because I think it has consequences in terms of your operation, and it needs to be attended to in addressing that particular deficit, because it can then deal with the issue of collapsing the entity if it's not going to be taken care of. Lastly, Chair, I wanted to check in terms of, there was a litigation in terms of, is it Timberland housing project that is, we are now sitting with a 40 million irregular expenditure. How do you address that? Because I think is where MPEC is interested. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Councillor. Alderman?
Yeah, thank you. I'm not going to repeat a lot was said. Very good presentation. The biggest challenge remains to get them self-sustainable. and there is a lot of land that can be made available to them. There is a lot of transfers that needs to happen over to them. And then also we need to continue to engage province and national for land that is currently can be used for that purpose as well. The other big thing, Chair, that we're going to have to start looking at the budget. It's very difficult now because we're so close to the next budget again. I don't expect this, what I'm going to say now, to happen now, but we need to align our capital projects for the purpose of this. Because we tend to do our capital projects in piecemeals. We do a little bit of pipes here, and then we do a little bit of this here, and a little bit of this here. But if we actually align it a lot more for the purpose of what they need as well, to take a portion of land, make sure we get water provision in there, make sure we get electricity provision in there, so we can move faster from that perspective, because it's the economy of scale that's going to get them in a self-funded position, that they can get into that. So it's a lot more work, the way they're going on now. I know those transfers and the aspects that she takes place, and I'm also specifically concerned about land portions that can be made available for them, and especially from province and national, that we need to continue that engagement. That's the only way I think this entity can get to a place where they need to be. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Adrian. We'll start right from the beginning of the table there, then you will come. You don't have to speak. Yeah, let's go, Councillor.
Thanks a lot. Mine, I have just, another one was covered on the issue of the issues identified by the Auditor General. In that model, I don't think it's convincing that only a few numbers were addressed. It becomes a challenge. On the previous years, it's good that they addressed all of them. But if they're not addressed and you don't know what the issues are, then you wonder if there's a correlation between the financial performance and those findings. And you want to get deeper into the issues. And I've identified 3 bottlenecks that they're talking about: approval, budget, and even transfer of assets for their financial position. I don't want the cities coming in to be, because you are an entity of the city and we are the major shareholders. So we had a headache of housing and we said, let's create an entity so that it handles all these matters on our behalf. So we don't budget you, we invest in you. We are hoping to make revenue out of you. It should not be us budgeting you. It's saying city, in order to attract more investment, you have to give us more performance. Because you are paying me salary as a city, investing in you so that you perform, and I don't know, I think you need to be very, very, very much brutal as far as performance of your assets. Sometimes know when to say goodbye to some areas and find better investment and make better decisions as far as those investments are concerned. Because if people don't want to listen in a certain area, for some reason there used to be a mine, there's no longer a mine, you might have those households, nobody will stay there. And sometimes you need to know when to cut our losses and move somewhere where it's more profitable and things like that. So the organizational decision making has to be much better, so that the city can always be able to invest more in this. And the approval one, I think when it comes formal to impact, it should be more of a recommendation check of internal process of prioritizing our investors, our investments. Because it can't be that they stand on a queue while we are losing money of our investment, our investment. So there needs to be an express queue for them to say whenever they do applications, they should be prioritized. And if there are bottlenecks there, and I think Chairperson using our powers will call people to the meeting to come and explain what is their challenges, why are they bottleneck, maybe they need favors or something, maybe there's corruption somewhere, they will find it, will dig and find it to impact. But when our entity makes applications, those applications should be prioritized and give so that we get value for money for our investment. And the transfer of funds, of assets, in order to ask for funds. I don't want us to transfer assets for that to get more money, and that money is not utilized to get revenue for that transfer that we're looking. So we need to see the better performances. We appreciate where you are performing, the areas where you're doing well, and the areas where you're struggling. But you need to resolve and be objective on the areas where you're struggling and make decisions, decide what you want to do. So I don't get more of that in the areas where you're struggling. You just need to decide and resolve on them. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next. Yes, then followed by the deputy.
No, thanks, Chair. I think I'm in agreement with my colleague on this side. On the side of, it can't be that the city is struggling to make money and we've got an entity that is willing to make money. And on the other side, there's a department that is derailing the process. I think we need to assist them, Chair. But also, Chair, the presenter, I just came from a corporate committee. There, the MMC and the group head, once they've got a strategy of removing people who have occupied the city's properties. But when I'm this side, I hear the presenter says it will be hard to remove those people. So I don't know what's happening here. Because, if people can stay in the city's property for many years, so are you saying, even myself, I can go and occupy a property so that I can take an advantage because I know that they won't remove me? You see, so I think we must come up with a strategy. Those are the assets of the city. You go there and stay there knowing very well that this is the asset of the city. So let's say the city doesn't have money to pay its debt and the city wants to sell the property. What is it going to do? Are we going to suffer losses because of individuals? So I'm saying it seems like in the city there's no working relationship. Because when you're in this committee, you hear this story. When you go to other committee, you hear this other side of the story. You see? So I'm saying there's no working relationship, and I'm worried, Chair. I'm worried. I'm very worried. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. When you started this meeting, you made mention of the word reconfiguration. And when the CEO started the presentation, she spoke about reconfiguration. I don't know whether it's a coincidence. And one of her, in her first sentence, she speaks about autonomy. She reminds me of my days as an ANC youth leader. When we want to misbehave, then we tell you about autonomy. So I'm very disappointed and encouraged at the same time. Disappointed on the fact that you don't want to be bold. You are shying away from implementing or taking decisions. And when we established this entity as the city, we're taking solace that you will be we're hoping that you will rescue us. But I can see you're not getting there yet. But here I'm encouraged that the presentation it's spot on the issues that led us to establishing this entity. I'm not getting, I was expecting the entity to give us comfort by now. Because this city is a big city and it has got many portfolios around the issues that they're supposed to take care of. I'm worried we're sitting here today, we're having challenges in Tembale too, and they will spill into Marabastad townlands very soon. And next to that, there is Schubert Park, which is an eyesore. And yet, they are not telling us anything about that. Going up the road, there is Sunnyside, which is fast becoming a decay type of a picture. And they are not touching base to that. Because my comfort was that when we establish this entity, it will tell us or give us comfort in a sense of the social housing challenges, that the issues that are brought about, the social challenges around the city. There is also a portion there by Freedom Park. Those are city properties and it's housing stock. And then yet they're not telling us anything about their plans. I was expecting them to be creative on how do they want to go about their work. I'm worried now, it's a matter of coincidence, Chair, that they're not telling us about expropriation of buildings, the relic ones. They're very quiet about those issues. And that is what is not giving me comfort. On the issue of Department of Defense, tell them Councillor Marishan is saying it's a no-no. I'd rather be fired. I'm a member of the African National Congress. It's a no-no until they settle all their debts within the city. Where I'm seated, as and when you are presenting, 6 buildings come to my mind. They owe us from those, including the minister's office. So we must not enter into that contract until they settle those debts. If I'm wrong, somebody must just raise a hand and tell me. Legal, if I'm wrong, just raise that flag of mine. Your right hand is a red flag, your left hand is a yellow flag for this meeting. I am not happy in your presentation. You are not telling me that your target, in as far as resolving some of the issues that you are having here, that 400 units that are standing unoccupied, you are not telling me about your target being NSFAS, talking to NSFAS. I mean, we're a city that has got many students, tertiary institutions, and you are not telling us about your interactions with NSFAS. How are you going to do business with them and so on and so forth to make sure that those units are occupied and so on and so forth? Because those are supposed to be your primary targets in as far as doing business. And you wouldn't be telling us about these financial challenges that you are having. Chair, I keep on referring to us being, I don't know whether to say informal will be the right way. At some point when someone is in this meeting making a presentation, telling us about a hindrance of them doing their work or achieving what they want to achieve by another department, we're supposed to stop the load. Call that department here. Then they must come and sit here and listen to that presentation. Then we can release them, we'll decide as a committee. So that next time when we call them, that's what we need to do. Because I can tell you, if you release the team, economic development comes in, they will tell you a different story. They will tell you a whole lot of different stories. But if you bring them together here, you will also get a different story. Because officials, in some other instances, they tend not to, expose each other, for a lack of a better word. But they will show that these problems, knowing very well that so and so is frustrating us on that department. For 10 years, they can carry that problem with them. So we just need to find a way of dealing with house. Almost everybody's here. So we just pause the meeting, organize and call them. Then they must come and listen to the problems that they're creating. You should be telling me that we've been to court, we have won the case on the Clarina matter. We want to remove those people, or the court says we must remove those people. Our problem is Home Affairs, our problem is X, Y, Z. And it's no longer within my purview, it's at the political level, so that we know what we are supposed to do politically. But if you're not giving us a sense of where you are, because it can't be, that facility is costing us. And it's for many years. So please, let's look at other creative means. Sugar plant is a very serious problem. We can turn that, those houses into some tourism type of some sort. I mean, they are next to strategic buildings of the city. It's a tourism area. But to have foreign nationals occupying and doing all those things that are doing there, it's totally So let's inculcate that type of some form of vavavoom in terms of creativity in housing companies. Right? Take us somewhere where you've got bottlenecks. Where here will give you all the necessary support. You can't come here and tell us that the city is not assisting us. If I were to ask you now, where is this formal complaint about the city not being able, not allocating budget and so on and so forth? I've never heard of it. I'm hearing it for the first time. So reach out. Let's see how we can assist you. Some of us, if you can go into the records, were the biggest defenders of this entity. It would have been dealt with a long time ago. So we are still here because we have defended this entity. We knew and understood what we want to achieve. So reach out where you are having challenges. Thanks, Chair. That's my...
Thank you very much. Councillor, you can follow.
Colleagues, mine would be to say to the presenter that your presentation was, at least it took me somewhere. I didn't understand what is this tiny house, what. As a councillor, I didn't understand what was it. But from your presentation, I could get a sense that the intention was to assist Tshwane to get a better revenue or maybe to have better finances as a city. But I usually tell people that we must stop having these boardroom meetings and deal on the sensitive of issues like we need the revenue collection as well. But at the same time, we are sabotaging our own entities in getting revenue collected and have the city in a good financial sense. But we are not taking care of those entities that we want to have better finances in the city. My recommendation would be, Chairperson, let's take this matter to the office of the Deputy Mayor so that all the challenges that we mentioned of saying Tshwane is owning the land, but they are also being targeted for Tshwane Reatima. Like, I'm a child, you don't treat me well, but you want to punish me. So let's try to avoid such and come with better ways of solving our problems so that we achieve what we want to achieve or get our intended purposes be on a better space or better whatever. So that would be my recommendation, that this will be attended to, not tomorrow, but as soon as it could be done. That will be my submission, Chairperson.
Thank you. Is there another councillor?
Okay, thanks, Chairperson. Mine really is just to ask the CEO of the company whether according to her, are they having any positive impact on social housing? Because I think it's revenue on the other side, is housing shortage on the other side. Are they, in terms of the shortage, the alleviation of housing shortage, are they having any impact? Or it's just about really trying to collect as much revenue as possible?
Okay, thank you. You can have your last bite.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, with regards to rental collection, what measures are we currently putting in place so that all of these premises where we ought to be getting revenue from, that we are at that stage? What are we doing? And also, what are we doing for future purposes that we do not find ourselves in a situation like in Brevard? What measures are we putting in place currently to avoid being in the same position? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you to colleagues here, and then Tsepo. Indeed, the presentation itself was very useful. Of course, the concerns, they come with the job, so there are always going to be concerns because the scope is big. But at least we can walk out of here with some good sense of what we're expecting. We are not freestyling which is, you know, the good thing about the presentation that you brought before us. We can live with some meat. There's quite a number of areas that councillors are raising here. I think the SNDF contract needs to be looked into, and you take into consideration the mandate you have, whether you are not going to start diverting from the original mandate you have. And we do also understand that you also have your KPIs and you want to collect higher. We want you to also be independent financially. And then there might be an attempt to short circuit and deal with these problems by just getting one other department or national to just come in with a bag, so that on the collections your KPIs are much better. But you need to go out there and have a look at it from that point to say, are you then not deviating from your mandate? The legal implications thereof that might arise either from civil society that might litigate against you or us by extension because of the decisions that you take. By taking away the housing that is meant for a certain group of people and then giving it to the soldiers. And how do you work on the legalities around that, which is part of what both legal and Councillor here was raising. And of course the concern of Councillor Marishan boils into the existing debt of SNDF. SNDF is extremely bad. They owe us a lot of money and they're bad pay. Now the problem is that, yeah, it might be a boost, right? I was impressed in terms of how you presented it, but the legalities of it might also be another problem. If you check Councillor MMC Ramabu, he was doing an inspection and oversight just here in Sunnyside. There was an SNDF building there. I passed there a day or two ago. You know, there's an SNDF building. You know, and while they are not paying both rate services, they also owing us quite a bit in terms of water, electricity, services. So as you want to pursue the strategy, you must look at those risk factors, because we might end up cutting somewhere and with the hope that whatever that you are doing, the short-circuiting process that you believe that might help you and assist you with your KPIs. It will end up backfiring on us. So be careful on that one. And the issue of asylum seekers, it's a problem. I mean, I got it and I thought someone will raise it. I don't think anyone raised it except legal and just myself. I did pick it up that it's very concerning. And I don't understand if that is legal to accommodate them, but also how do you make sure that those asylum seekers that you've accommodated and given lease to are able to, or you are able to track them in case the asylum expires or there is fraudulent acquisition of documents. It is a problem. And then again, it's a problem because it does help you with your 10% collection. It's another problem for you because by you removing those asylum seekers that you say are the only ones who are in Clarina, I believe, right? Who are giving you the collection rate of 10%, and your South Africans are not giving you the collection or you have next to none. Then it then means that you are tampering with that collection. So you need to give us some form of an idea of what then is a way forward in relation to that. But you need to also then constantly come up with a plan to audit this asylum seekers. The fact that they are paying and they are part of the 10%, that should not really mean that you can accommodate them if their asylum status is or has expired. Because then as a city you are perpetuating lawlessness in a bigger scheme of things that you might have to look into and see how do you juggle between those two different problems that you are having. And then there is an issue of the appointment of service providers where there is no budget. The challenge is that the impact that would have in both our audit and also litigation. What is your strategy to deal with this part of the problem, as you have put it there? And then the Clarina, how do you propose that we resolve the Clarina situation? And it's not just Clarina, but we're just giving it as the next best problem that we can tackle. The other one is that we have a new administration. We don't know what was the working arrangement of the previous administration, but I know the MMC is in charge of the housing currently. He's a very passionate man. He's a very good friend of ours. He's always very sharp. I think and I agree that we must bring the MMC on board, because some of these problems, they need political solutions. You can see that you entangle yourself in a lot of either litigation or paper pushing. But at some point, the political leadership needs to take accountability and say, we have a problem in these areas. People don't want to pay. Then we take a decision on what to do with those people. And then worse, some of us, and guilty, as I say this, we perpetuate these things. These problems, let me tell you, they are perpetuated by political parties of non-payment, occupation, what, they are all political party problems, whereby if it's a different administration or whatever the case, we can tell people, no, go and do this. You don't have to pay. And then we then sit back tomorrow. Now your government must take decisions now. So we need to get the MMC. We need to arrange as us here, as the team and the committee, to get the MMC, the group head, and all the people. You know, the sad thing again is that we also have a law enforcement arm. How do private property owners, how are they able to do evictions? We have a legal department that gets money. We have police. We have money. We have budgets. But how is it difficult for us to evict people if they are not supposed to be in a certain place? And also some of the challenges, I know it's not that you are calling for evictions in a mass, but you need to target an area and say there is a problem and this is the issue that we need to attend to. Politically we take a decision and then we attend to that problem. So that this thing, you're not going to have these ones now starting to influence other developments and say, but because these ones are not paying, therefore, because unfortunately now, once you leave it, it starts to grow in all properties. Someone gets in legitimately, you vet them. Immediately once you vetted them, they say, no, I'm staying and I'm not doing anything. What then do you do? So we have got all the resources. I mean, we've got backroom dwellers that are able to carry out evictions themselves with 3 rooms. The whole city with police, lawyers, they can't do it. That doesn't make sense. Another one is inspection in local. Our team will be contacting you to go and look at one of the bad properties, one of the good flagship developments, and one of the good properties where we can say we look forward to having this thing at a certain standard over the next coming months. Inspection in locals need to roll out, so be ready for us and try to get your house in order so that when we get there, we don't have a problem. There is a problem with the audit findings that the comrades here and the councillors were raising. The grant funding, we need to get proper clarity in relation to that in terms of how are we going to make sure that we spend all our grants and it doesn't get taken away. There was a Farnani issue. The SNDF have already spoken about it. We also need another report where we can sit and discuss which are the properties that are available for occupation and are finished and ready for occupation but don't have people that have occupied those properties. And then the strategy thereof, because those are low-hanging fruits already. The cooperation between you and the department and the support of the department will be addressed by the MMC and the group head when they come. The asylum seekers, we've spoken about it, and the transfer of the land is also going to be addressed in that meeting where we need to get the MMC, the group head, and then yourselves in here. But then other than that, the others you've already picked it up from the other councillors. I was just giving you the snapshot of what I had. There was also something on screenshot or on number 9, apparently where there was an increase of contracted services of 454% from 54%. Or sorry, let me rephrase. The increase on bullet, the third bullet from the bottom. I need clarity here as to what exactly happened, so that we can understand. There is another point that you raised on the second bullet on the same slide, on the 16% drop on the meetings that you are having, the effective committee and board meetings, which I think you need to try and apply that strategy and reduce some of the unnecessary costs of meetings of bureaucrats in passages. So I commend this one, but I believe that if you're able to implement it on the 2022-2024, and then I can see it's now increasing even 20%, we need to keep on taking it higher to 25% and then have different KPIs around that. And then also, once you develop your plan, you need to have targets to say we are targeting that this thing would be resolved at this particular point, and so on. But I think I'm fine, and I think the councillors have spoken. The other ones will have a last bite, maybe if time permits, because I know we have another challenge here of time. Thank you very much, CEO. You can assist with your team and answer some of the critical questions that comrades were raising here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and Honorable Councillors. As I alluded initially when we came, is that this was our first meeting. I think ever since I joined the city in 2016. It's the first time I'm coming to MPEC. HCT is coming to MPEC. So I think the gaps in the presentation were also brought about of not knowing what, because we were requested a performance presentation. Going forward, we will put comprehensive, because at least we now know what is expected from us from this committee. So we will do as requested, including we have an MCAM log that has all internal and AG findings and how we are resolving them. maybe let me start with the SANDF and how we are accommodating and the legalities thereof. Councillor, the engagement did not start now. We also did a lot of groundwork for us, but we will continue, especially after the additional information we got from the committee. We will take that seriously and look into it. There is what we call Regulation 44 that prohibits government to prioritize government employees when it comes to regulation, when it comes to accommodation. We have carefully looked at that and made sure that we do not contravene that, because the penalty for that is a jail of the accounting officer. So I had to make sure that I do not contravene that. So we do not give special treatment to SANDF. They should apply as normal, so we do not, the reason we are calling them SANDF is because they are coming as that group. However, they still need to go through the same scrutiny, even though the department will be paying. They all have to be in the income band that we require, because, for instance, Townlands, it's a government-funded program for low to middle income bands. So we are not going to compromise that just because we want to get revenue. So that is the process that we are now undertaking. The lower income band has been occupied and it's full. The band that is only remaining is between 11,000 to 22. Shra is currently reviewing the 22 bracket to 33. So that is what we are only looking at. We will only accommodate SANDF employees that fit the bracket. That's the first option. The chair also mentioned that the 400 odd units, those are only in Townlands. That is the only development that has vacant units. All our developments are fully occupied. And the reason Townlands is vacant for this long is purely of the fact that I mentioned that this bracket between 11,000 and 22,000, it's either heavily indebted or they have been blacklisted. We've also, so the mechanisms that we are employing, so what we also did when we were doing the application, besides the SANDF might be the first option, but we also have the second option. The second option is that we do have walk-ins that come that are above this bracket. That say we don't have a problem of paying the 5,200, but I earn more than 22,000. Can you accommodate me? So we have a list of those, and once the SHRA then gives us the approval, we can then accommodate them, because then they will fall within the necessary bracket. We also have developments like ILOF. I mentioned that ILOF, which was our first. So what happens in the social housing option is that we only evaluate you when you go in. Once we are in, the policy or the framework doesn't allow you to go out unless we give you the option of going out. So ILOF is one of the developments that have people that are earning more than 22,000 and they are paying within that. So the other strategy is having an engagement with them to see if they can't move out, so that we can start this one from the bottom. Then we are making way for people that are earning less. So those are the mechanisms that we are exploring currently. So in terms of, I think I want to talk about, we will definitely look into the payment profile, and we don't want to find ourselves in the same mess. So we are taking that very seriously. We will look into it. Chair, I'm going to answer both the councillors when it comes to decision-making and timberlands and stakeholder collaboration. The timberlands dilemma of ruthless and wasteful is purely of a result of departments not working together. So I'm going to give you two scenarios, also answering my honorable councillor that side that says we are not taking decisions. If we were not bold and not taking decisions, as we speak today, we would not have townlands. Because if then we would have to implement townlands according to the building controls and till today, I would still have outstanding approvals. Like I am sitting today, I don't have an occupation certificate because I'm still dealing with changed regulation, delayed approval. So it would have meant that till today we don't have townlands. That's one comment I'd like to make. Unfortunately or fortunately in this environment, when we also came in, social housing wasn't that big. So I think it also became something that was quite concerning for the city as to do we have the necessary people, do you know what you're doing, and so it had to take someone who would then take that bold and say, let me show you, it can be done. So townlands fortunately became a success, unlike timberlands where we then failed in trying to run things parallel and hoping that other departments would come and assist. So what then happened at the timberlands was that the land was given to us. Department of Roads and Transport then requested to get the taxis off the street and park them on our land while our planning and tender processes are happening. And the agreement was once that is concluded, we will take them to another land. Unfortunately, that process took 14 months for that decision to happen. But then in that period, the contractor then took the opportunity and decided to go for us. There is a investigation that is currently underway, and that will then unravel all the recoveries and what went wrong, and all the issues.
Can you please repeat that last bit? What is? So you are answering the 54%.
The 44, the 41 million, the 41 deficit, and the 44 million. So the 41, the deficit was as a result of us having to honor a 40 million rand court order. Then that cost us a 41% deficit. The 40 million rand court order was as a result of us not being able to give the contractor access to site in time for him to start the work.
Which is irregular.
Which is fruitless.
Okay.
It's fruitless. Because then we spent without getting anything in return. Yes. So that was as a result of the department asking to use the land while we are busy with our processes. Once we were done, they will give us back the land. They didn't give us back the land in time. Between that toing and froing between us and road and transport, the contractor saw a loophole and terminated the contract with us and said, we don't want your land anymore, you owe me profit and loss.
Which, Chair?
Shoot.
Which roads and transport department?
Tshwane Roads and Transport Department. Chair, we've got a report that we can share. We've decided to make that report a layman's report and not bring technicalities in, because it is important for members to understand when we say that the city is becoming its own enemy.
Yeah.
So we have a sequences of events that we simplified and took away the legalities and the technologies that states what actually happened. We got to an extent where we identified 4 places where they're owned by the city and only one was owned by National, where the department could have taken this taxes. But that decision, and I think for me it's an issue of a decision, that decision took the department 14 months to take. At the end of my report, I also mentioned that it took 14 months for the same department to take the decision, because as we speak, the taxis are back in the street. If you can come out, it took them 14 months to then say, okay, go back to the street and let us work. And that has then resulted us in having a 14 million rand court order. Chair, I'm also not going to sit here and say from a risk perspective, as an accounting officer, I could have done better. But it is also one of those initiatives that I would say that I am Tshwane, they are Tshwane, in hoping that we would work together. I don't think there was any thinking that this would have resulted in that, because we are working as a team, as people of the same company. This could have been resolved. Chair, this is not only ending here. I have incurred more project costs, both at Townlands and at Chantel, purely because my projects had to stop because I don't have approvals. So it's not that we also appoint contractors and we don't have budget. We are being given budget. You work to a certain extent and then you stop because you are not getting a certain approval. My honorable councillor mentioned something that we protect each other. I find myself in a situation where I'm no longer the popular girl because yapaisa. Now when you start upaisa, you then get hit by the red tape. A red tape that when we were working together, you could easily change the decision and say, no, actually do it this way, you know? But because you are forever saying roads and transport, what is not giving us approval, then we will show you, your approvals will stop. And that's the reality of the environment we stay in. If you talk, you are then going to be hit by a red book. A red book that the same city has written. So if we can write a policy, what is stopping us from taking the same policy and say, this policy is hindering service delivery, can we change it this way? Or can we make an amendment? I think for me, that's how we should be working. So instead, we end up fighting each other, which is a very unpleasant environment to work in. So I think those are the things that needs to be corrected, and then things like this will grow. Chair, one of the other things, probably over and above the presentations and the inspection local that has been requested, we are currently putting a strategy together that is addressing the expansion of the mandate, the issue of NFSAS, the issue of other affordable mechanisms without a SHRA, because we've also realized that the SHRA requirements are too stringent, where we can then go and look for another mechanisms where we don't have to take the SHRA money and make housing affordable and accessible to other markets or other people. So we are also exploring that. One of the other challenge, Chair, and maybe let me also quantify the issue of land transfers. For as far as I could remember when I joined the city, land would be identified to say you are going to develop there. I will take Kruger Park as an example. Remember there's Townlands, there's Kruger Park, there's Sugar Park. As we are sitting now, Kruger Park has then been given to an external service provider to then develop it on a 36-year lease. We've identified HB Phillips. HB Phillips moved from us to group property, to human settlements, back to human settlements, to group property. Now it's on a public participation to be taken out to defense to create offices. So it's like we work 10 steps forward and take 100 back. We have identified land where we want to develop student accommodation, affordable rental, first home, and this strategy. Hence, I'm saying now I'm coming to answer you, and that will then give you the idea that we are thinking and we are attempting. But if we identify and the city doesn't give, when another department comes or another group head comes or a different political administration come, then decisions change, and hence I'm saying until social housing or affordable rental becomes a city pillar, then we won't always have to be shoved at the bottom, irrespective of which administration comes in. Because as it stands now in the housing fraternity, affordable, social, and student accommodation is the core of any housing development. So I don't think there would be any administrative that would not want to run with such a portfolio. It just needs to be elevated and it sits at the right platform. Chair, I'm very accommodative again of the alignment of the CAPEX projects, because then it will speak to our to what we are now talking about. With regards to the strategy of eviction, Chair, we are doing very well in townlands because you are addressing it when it starts. Townlands is our development that we built and we've started managing. The other developments that we've got, we inherited. So the longer a person stays defaulting, the more difficult it becomes for them to go out. Because then it leaves a reliance on the city to then go and look for alternative accommodation. That is the dilemma that we are sitting in on the old ones. We are hoping that the mechanisms that we've put in townlands, it's unfortunate that it is increasing our legal cost, which is one of the contracted services. Our legal costs increase because, for instance, the other challenge is how our people also use the system to cheat us. So you would find a councillor coming in qualifying. When they come in, they then decide, oh no, I lost my job. Now, if you lost your job, you need to leave. Because unfortunately, we are a rental accommodation. So if you can't pay your rent, you have to leave. Or you would find that I come in with a partner. We fight. When we fight, the person who was paying the rent is the partner. For me, if you skip the second month, you are out. So it's either every second month we are in court, and because our processes, our lease agreements, our communications are on par, we are winning those court cases, which is the truth. And because they happen in small numbers, it is also effective.
It's manageable.
But it's because our property management systems, processes, and policies are intact. So it's becoming problematic with the older ones because, for instance, I'm telling you about someone who's been staying there for 30 years. What do you tell the court? Or why would you have left this person in 30 years and then you want to come out and say you're taking them out? Go and look for alternative accommodation, because that's the only place that these people know. Clarina is a city problem. I'm sorry to put it that way. Dadema Kota will elaborate more. What we are doing there, we are managing the property on behalf of the city. So the vetting was done by the department. The allocation was done by the department. But however, we have done 2, if not 3 operations to date of us verifying the people and the asylum seekers, and unfortunately our law prescribes that if you have an approved asylum seeker, they are eligible for proper housing, water and sanitation and all of that. So from a legal perspective, we are compliant. We also did this inspection with Home Affairs, the one at the corner. So the ones that we have in the Schubert Park pool are the proper legit ones that have papers in the Home Affairs, unfortunately so.
Does it say at our expense?
Unfortunately, Councillor, that's something that I would not be able to answer now. It is the city of Tshwane that took that decision, unfortunately. But I believe that there was a court proceedings that happened in July. We actually got letters from a court for us to terminate. They went back, they interdicted, but Ntademakota will give the proper story.
To terminate the asylum seekers?
No, the whole Schubert Park, even those buildings in town, including
terminate all leases?
All leases, because it does not say we must pay. But they went back to court and interdicted, so they are still sitting in those properties as we speak. Councillor, I'm not sure if I've managed to answer everything, but I believe that this is one of many meetings to come, especially if there has been a hand that has been extended to the entity to come to this office and seek assistance, and we will surely be napping you to say we need a meeting. We will be brief. We are told that MPEC you don't go, so we all came here shaking. So our first experience is quite pleasant, and we do need platforms like this because it is really encouraging. The energy is there. The team at HCT has the same vision, energy, and passion as you see me. So things can happen only if support is given. Like I was saying, the good thing about the strategy is that we've gotten to a point where we've realized that we can't depend on the city. We've identified land parcels where we're saying we're going to go to the private sector. We're going to say, come, let's partner. What do you need? What do I need? Even if it means that I pay you after a certain period, but at least there's delivery on the ground. Those are initiatives that we are saying to say, I can't wait for the city's finances to recover. Then it means also as an accounting officer, I'm going to sit and fold my arms, which for a person like me is going to kill my drive. So once the strategy is done and approved, we will also come and present it in this forum for further deliberations and expansion. Because a strategy is a document that can grow, it's not signed and sealed. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Chair,
yes, Alderman.
Thank you. Just if I may add to that, and I think
you will come after. Yeah, you can go.
Okay, thank you. Just on that strategy and for the next meeting, I think what will be really helpful is, obviously ma'am, you have the experience and, you're in there and we hear about the problems and the frustrations that you experience. But Chair, it will be helpful if we can actually get some proposals from the department or from the entity on what policies need to change. What policy changes do they need so that they can streamline their work. So if we can get that, because then we can do an advocating of that. Because it's as simple as that. That's what we can do in council. We can change policies. And we can change, bylaws, and we can change those aspects. But you need to tell us what we need to change. And I think that will be helpful. Then we can certainly see how we can help it. We don't have the experience that you have when it comes to these matters. And that's why it's important that you need to guide us. And once we see it, we can apply our minds and see what we can do to help. Thank you.
Yeah, just before you come in, there was an issue. I don't think it was the court maybe correctly or loud enough. Do we have any funding from social development? Is there any possibility or prospects?
We had tried that, and at the time the department, because we had to do it through the department, it's the issue of also them having a small kitty that they also. So I think we also need to see, because of, I know that sometimes this autonomy name is also a bit of, it's an advantage and a disadvantage. I think it's actually very important that we then look at it from a national level maybe, because when we do it through the city, we are fighting for the little that the city is also getting.
Indigent.
The indigent, yes.
Budget, yeah.
Yeah. We had tried. It's the same as the EPWP. For instance, when I was working in Joburg, the EPWP contribution and allocation was going directly to the entity because of the number of jobs that they are creating. But when it's dealt with the city, it all falls in the same pot, and then everyone has to share from the same pot. So I think some of these things we need to look at. How can we as the entity do? It's the same as funding. We've also requested, according to our establishment, we can't go and borrow on our own. The city has to borrow for us. But other entities, they can go and borrow. For instance, Joshko can go and borrow on its own. So the city needs to enable us to get into our own debt and fight our own battles and kill ourselves because I think for some strange reasons we are already anticipating the bad before it even happens.
Sure. Okay. No, I think you must add that on the next to-do list or issues to address when we get the group A, the MMC, the entire band. You can come through that.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to address two issues raised by the councillors. The number one is in relation to the transfer of stock to housing council. Noting that the group property is the custodian of all properties in the city, and they have prepared a report in terms of assisting the stock to be transferred. The report is with group property. Then when I checked this week, they are saying they have received comments from water and sanitation, and they are editing those comments, planning to present the report to their top management before the end of this week. So hopefully by the end of January, we will get, or we might get an approved report with its own solutions and recommendations. So it's finally coming to an end, and then we will also wait and see what's the report is going to present. With regards to Clarina, there is a court order issued on the 6th of September 2024, wherein the court ordered that the city should stop paying for alternative accommodation, and also that those people, tenants must vacate. We have also, because the court was clear that for those people who cannot afford to have their own accommodation, the city must assist. Then we have identified 6 that qualify for like low-cost housing. We have requested them to come and complete the forms, and the other 24 or so, they qualify maybe in terms of stands, service stands, and so on. We have engaged the other sister section, urban division in the department to make available those 24 or so size or stands. So currently we are engaging with our group leader to make sure that the court order is implemented as ordered. Thank you, Chair. For the short and the long story.
Thank you. Is there anything from your team, Municipal? No.
No, thank you very much.
Sorry for ambushing.
Councillor, I believe that my CEO has covered most of the questions from the members, so
Okay, thank you very much. I saw a hand, but also be mindful because we are the last presentation, so we need to be careful, councillors, so that we don't take too much of other people's time. Then tomorrow we are complaining about efficiency and timekeeping and so on. You can shoot, and then is there any other hand so we don't get agitated? And then the deputy chief whip, you will then close it.
Thank you, Chair. I think some of these questions are coming from the answers that we are receiving. It's not like we want to hold people at ransom. The first one, CEO, and as a follow-up, is that you mentioned, and you will correct me if I'm incorrect, you mentioned that you only do evaluation at the start, when they start to apply, seeking for the permission to occupy or rent building. Then when they are there or after, you are no longer doing evaluation or any monitoring. I think that need to be addressed, especially in line with the lease agreement. Because if you give me a lease of 12 months, then 12 months end, then I still need to reapply. When I do reapplication, meaning that you need to do a re-evaluation to see if I'm still affording that particular rent, or I'm still having a job or an income to continue paying the rent. I think, I'm not sure how are you dealing in terms of issuing a lease agreement. Is it a long term or a short term? But I will propose that you start, especially first entries, with the short term of 12 months. Then once it lapsed, they need to reapply and go through the same process that we did when we start to give them an entry to our accommodation. I think that it could be another method to be effective in terms of ensuring that people that are occupants of our rental flats are indeed qualifying, because otherwise we'll have a person there just staying for a long period of time. Even that person at some point was retrenched, doesn't have an income, but he just stayed there knowing that no, the city does not have monitoring and systems in place. The other issue, Chairperson, is in terms of, I see under structure there of board members. I was interested in terms of those ones of dealing with the project. Are they dealing with the committee, that committee? Is it dealing with the project monitoring and evaluation, or is it just dealing with the project in terms of management? Because really we need project monitoring and evaluation so that it can be effective and proactive. When there are issues of non-performance, that particular PMU can be able to identify them as soon as possible and submit them to management. So project 1 and 2 were facing a risk of non-performance by a contractor. So let's then be proactive and put proactive measures in place. Chairperson, in terms of timberlands, we are taking excessive fruitless expenditure. We are taking exception, Chairperson. I think we must call a report in our meeting on the 7th of February. A detailed report calling for timberland fruitless and also for deficit of 41 point something million. I think the CEO said no. they run concurrently in line with Section 32 of NFMA and Circular 64. Is it 64?
76.
76 of National Treasury. We are allowed to call the report to deal with fruitless and unauthorized and irregular expenditure. We must call that report and scrutinize it thoroughly, because I think this issue was supposed to be avoided. Like the CEO indicated, it was an issue of not talking to each other as the department. And if it was supposed to be avoided, then group audit and risk will further need to have investigations around this matter. We're taking exception. We're going to go and call a report. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you. On the same thought, line of thought, the Deputy Chief will come now. The first point you are raising in relation to the vetting of the people, that happens only once. One would imagine that there is a nominal rate, which is a subsidized rate. Then there is a market-related rate. What you are supposed to be doing from your legal point, you must just find your legal jargons and next developments was that if the apartment costs 15,000, that's what you bill. And then you will have a subsidy that then takes the bill down. And then you will have to constantly provide proof that you are still qualifying for the subsidy. Then if you don't qualify for the subsidy but you want to remain in the property, then the subsidy goes away. It's a very simple accounting and legal process where you firstly you put it on the lease when you enter to say you are here because you are on this bracket. There might be a point where you are no longer on that bracket. If you are outside this bracket, you no longer qualify for the subsidy, which means the 15,000 rand is your new bill. You are free to find alternative accommodation because you are no longer qualified. Because this, because remember these things of audits, it just depends on the auditor where are they interested in at any given time. But if you had to go and check, you will find that you don't qualify. Even where there is no finding, it doesn't mean that there is no potential damning finding. It's just that no one really looked and say, come and double check here if the people in this property still qualify for the subsidy itself. Let alone evictions, because it's another mechanism. Because now you don't have to carry out evictions, you are saving money on evictions, but you have someone that calls that place a home. Don't want to move, they love the place, they want you, the landlord is the city, is a good landlord. But you can at least collect, not a nominal collection that is subsidized, but rather market related. You must explore that, CEO, so that maybe that can assist us in terms of collecting what is due to us, not even more, is what is due, because that person does not qualify for the subsidy. It doesn't mean they don't qualify for housing. They just don't qualify for the subsidy because the city is subsidizing part of that rent. So it's another mechanism that I believe it can help us in this direction. Deputy Chief, and then you will.
Let me liberate the colleagues from the politics of the I take leave.
Yabonga. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, last point. Municipal Structures Act, section 79A, says that any member of council, employee or resident can submit any questions to MPAC and MPAC must take them up. So if somebody says they have a report with a lot of interesting information. So it doesn't have to go through the channels. It can go directly to any member of MPAC. So we, like you, are entities not bound so much by protocol. So I would love to see that report, and then following on what my colleague said, then once we have your report, we can use that as a basis to ask for a forensic or further report. So we'd love to help you, and thanks again for a brilliant report.
All right. Thank you very much to the team coming through, and we are glad that your experience was not as hostile. It's engagement that is very, very frank. But at the end of the day, it's about finding the solution to the different problems that we encounter. Please, we have an open door policy. Through the staff here, you are able to make the relevant contacts and even request certain information or intervention if you see that things are going out of order. We are still political heads in different ways. We can still make things happen. We don't have to wait for the court order for the 1 million, and then that's only then that we start to act. And definitely, leader, we are going to call a report, so prepare yourselves for that report on that 40 million, and then we are going to scrutinize it, and heads are going to roll, unfortunately. We are going to ensure that someone is held accountable on this particular issue. It's something that I believe that could have been avoided, and I think there is consensus on the table in relation to that. So you are relieved. Siabonga.
Before they are
yes.
They didn't put their contact details on the register.
Okay, please see the secretariat on your way out. You are released. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Cheers. We are now using relieved and released interchangeably.
Those who are done.
All right. Colleagues, we'll take a 5-minute body break, or how are we going to do it? We're going to, just 5 minutes body break, and then we'll revert back at, okay, let's make it 1 o'clock. Thank you. 10 minutes. Okay. Come again. Colleagues.
The presentation is just 5 slides, Chair.
Just We live? Thank you. Right, greetings once more, colleagues. We are back from the lunch break. We will proceed with the third presentation that we will receive regarding Royal water treatment plant. What then is going to happen is that the presenter or presenters will then introduce themselves, and then they'll go through the report. We'll then follow through with questions. Then you're advised to mention your name as and when you ask the question as a councillor, so that we know in what capacity you're asking the question and so on. Then also for record purposes, we can know your name. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon to you, to the committee, and the colleagues. My name is Piane Sambo, as I've said earlier this morning. I'm representing a department, water and sanitation. And this presentation, Chair, is an update on the progress being made on the implementation of the project at Royal Wastewater Treatment Plant. It's not talking to the bigger issues around Ramaskral, it's just an update on the project itself of Royal Chair. If you can go to the slide, the next slide. What we're doing here, Chair, I'll try to simplify it for you. So normally you'll hear, when we speak of Royal, we mention phase 1, phase 1B, phase 2, phase 3. So what you're having, the first column is the implementing agent, which is DBSA. So we're just showing their appointment, where we are in terms of their appointment. Then the middle two columns, that's where we talk about the actual construction. So we've got a contractor that is doing general building works. They are supposed to be finishing in April the 15th. The actual percentage, they are ahead. They are at 90% versus where they were supposed to be, which is 83%. The other contractor, so they are happening concurrently. The other contractor is mechanical and electrical. And then that one was supposed to end on the 28th of April 2025. That as well is far ahead of program, Chair. You will see when we go to the next slides, we try to show exactly the work that they are doing. And then the last one where we say conventional approach, the difference between the two contracts and the last one is the first two are turnkey. So turnkey meaning they come with all their designs and then they do everything. So the conventional one, the implementing agent DBSA did all the designs and then they're going on tender. So the difference, one of the main difference is with the turnkey, you do everything there, you're a contractor, you're a consultant. But with the conventional one, the consultant is busy now. They only went out on tender late last year. You'll see as we go to the next slide. So you have a consultant appointed separately, prepares the tender package, and then they go out on tender to appoint a contractor. We can go to the next slide. So in the next slide here, it's just us now giving the details of the work, Chairperson. On the general works, the main works on the general works is the security arrangements. So what we've seen, and I'm sure the committee members would know this, our infrastructure is under siege. If you go and spend billions there and you don't spend money on the security features, you're going to lose the money. The facility is going to the street. So the main work that happened on the general building contract is we've done electric fence, clear view, the thickest of them, of the clear views. We've done the cameras. So what we're trying to do is you try to have layers of security so that if one fails, at least have another one that will act as a backup. And then they've also done some primary sediment tanks. So you see, Chair, 3-4 slides later, we're going to show some pictures. At least they give you a picture of what we say when we say this is a sediment tank, so you get to relate the name to the structure. The mechanical one, this is really where the operation of the plant goes. It's machinery that makes the operation goes. So that's all the work that happened in the form of refurbishing that those equipments. The last one, the one I said is conventional approach. That's where we are saying it will cover the remainder of the work, the sediment tanks, the additional sediment tanks that will need to be finalized, the final blowers that will need to be finalized, upgrading of the aerobic digester. So these are all the mechanical works that are there in the plan that were not done as part of the phase one and where we have the two contractors. So the last contract, the conventional one, we're going to have 3 contractors. I think the next slide will speak to that. There are 3 contractors that are going to be appointed, and again, they run concurrently. We're trying to buy time, they run concurrently. That's why you see, even in the budgets, when you get to interact with the budget, when the time comes, you see that Royal normally has the highest budget compared to other projects. We can go to the next slide. So in this next slide, again, we break it further to show exactly where we are in terms of the different components. For the general building, we're saying for the security fence, we're done with the security fences there. If you go to Royal today, you will see that the clear view is there. In terms of the eastwards, again, you will see we're at 80%. There's a part that they are trying to complete for both east and west. And then in terms of the cameras, 90% complete. There's a portion that is complete. But what we've done is with the portions that are already complete, you're able to go and view in the control room, the cameras, you're able to see the movement, you can pick up if there's anything, including the electric fence. On the mechanical engineering turnkey chair, is those reactors, is the machinery that runs in the reactors, the blowers, and then the secondary sediment tank. So those rounded, they're big round tanks, you see them in the pictures. So those are the secondary sediment tanks, and then the machinery that goes in there are those reactors and the blowers. There are also belt presses. So these are the big machinery, the machinery that you saw on the opening slide. I think it, on the slides that follows, you will also see it. So there's a whole building where we're having this big machinery that helps to press. So currently what happens with the sludge is it goes to a sludge land. I'm sure you will hear the farmers complaining around there that the sludge land is not good for their farms because it sometimes spills into their farms. So you're trying to avoid having to take the sludge into the sludge land. So you try to find a way to press it nicely and package it without taking it to the sludge land. So that's one of the primary purposes of the belt presses. And these ones, I think they come from, there are some that we bought previously when we had the previous contractor. Luckily, they still serve the purpose now. That's why we could still use them now. The last one, which is the conventional, where we are now, Chair, I'll try to simplify the stages. So those stages are the engineering stages. So stage 1 is where you do the inception, you go there, and then you start the project and you declare it to be feasible. Stage 2, concept and viability, is still closely related to stage 1. Then stage 3, that's where the designs are finalized. So the designs are done, like I've said, they've been finalized. Stage number 4 is the tender documentation. So that's where they go out and look for the contractor. You might have seen those that are close to Royal that last year, towards the end of the year, that contract was advertised by DBSA. They wanted, like I've said earlier, 3 contractors. The one is now at the final stage. They just responded, we wrote to them today to try and ask for progress. They are saying the one is at the final stage, so anytime from now the contractor will be appointed. We are waiting for them to confirm. The other 2, unfortunately, Chair and committee, they could not get the suitable contractors. We are also surprised. We thought we have too many contractors in South Africa. They were saying they could not get contractors. We asked them to go out on tender. They are out on tender. I think in one of the slides, I'm going to speak to the date when they will be closing. I don't have it in this slide, but I think it's somewhere in February. I think the 17th of February, those contracts will be closing. And hopefully, Chair and committee, this time they will have suitable contractors. I don't believe we don't have contractors in South Africa. It cannot be. I think it's probably the way the document is structured. So they've promised that they've addressed that. We can move to the next slide. Here in this slide, we just added to show that there are work opportunities that were created. It was 34 for the GB, 32 for the ME, with the total number of 66. So if you go there, you'll see there are quite a number of people that are working on a daily basis. We can go to the next slide. In this slide, Chair, we don't want to talk of problems. We don't want to bring in problems. We believe this is a reporting structure. So when we give you problems, we just give you mitigations as well that we've implemented. We could not work simultaneously on the reactors because remember that we're working on a plant that is working. So as you're working on the plant, you find a way to switch off the one part, and you will see on the pictures how they are structured. So you close the one part, you work on another part. and then there was a potential delay in some of the equipment. These are big, expensive equipment that comes from overseas. So what we have done in terms of mitigation was we tried to buy time. So you try to work weekends, you try to work holidays. So the guys were there flat out throughout the Christmas break to try and make sure that whatever time you lose in terms of switching between the different facilities, it does not translate back into you overrunning the project. That's why you see we never ran a risk at any point of overrunning the planned construction time. We're still within, and we believe that we'll finish with a month or so to spare for this particular phase one. And then in terms of the materials between ourselves and DBSA, we have an arrangement where we are very proactive. So when they realize that there's equipment that comes from overseas, where we need to find a proactive way of ordering. So we have that arrangement where we order material. I mean, there's material that we ordered last year that, I mean, on the 25th of December on Christmas, we were getting, which we were supposed to get this year. So we had some proactive ways of ordering materials between ourselves and DBSA, and it was worked for us because all the material that was acquired is on site. The last equipment, like I said, arrived on Christmas Day. So if you go to the next slide, that's where we show with the pictures what has happened. So if you see the big tank on the left, so all those things that are there, the blue things, the pipes that are there, where the oxygen comes out, these were all done recently. So the actual structure itself is the same structure that was there. But what needed to be referred was the stuff that brings the sewer, the stuff that brings the oxygen, that reacts with the stuff. So all the stuff that you see on the picture there is new. The thing on the extreme right that looks like a table is a blower. So it looks exactly like a table, is a blower. So those blowers as well, we brought new blowers and we put them there. You can go to the next slide. These are the bell pressers. So if you see the picture on the right, that's the big equipment. It looks like it's a bakery equipment if you look at it from a distance. So those are the bell pressers. So those are the ones that I said in the previous contract that didn't end well. We had already ordered this, but luckily they still fit the papers, so they are still there. We managed to install them, they are working, together with the ones that were already existing. You can go to the next slide.
Bell presser is like a waste compactor truck.
Yes, yeah. It looks like a waste compactor tank, yeah. Because it's supposed to compress the stuff that comes after you have cleaned. So if you look at these ugly pictures, in fact, this was supposed to have come before those ones because this is what it looked like when it was not working. So you can see that the stuff looks like it's dry, nothing was happening. So what we did was we cleaned all of this out, and then we went back to that picture. You can go back slightly to that picture.
Before you go to the next slide, which one was? This one.
So both of them, the ones on the left and the right, is the same thing.
Oh,
it's just
okay.
a different angle, yeah.
Oh,
And
okay.
a different side. So if you look at the bottom, remember you'll see that those lines that are looking at the round circles. If you go back to the 2 slides, you will see they look new now. We can go back to 2 slides.
And a bit smaller.
Go again. Yes, you can see this on the left. So you can see it's the same thing. But now these ones are now working. So if you go to site today, you won't be able to see this because we've brought back the water now. Now they are working. Yeah. But this is how nice they look before we brought back the water. Yes. Yeah, you can go forward. Yeah, you can go to the next one. Yeah. So these ones are the tanks, the settlement tanks, the round ones. So you can see these ones are. So on the right, you see this is what it is when it's operational, when we found it. If you go to the next slide, you will see that we drained all the water, revamped the whole thing. It looks like it's new. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the clear view, the one that we've done with the GP contract. You can see if you look here, it's the clear view, which is the fence, it's the electric fence, and then on the right is the control center for the cameras that are, like I said, they're already working. There is a part where they're still completing now as part of the 5% that is remaining, but the bulk of the cameras are already working. You can go to the next slide. So these are the tanks that I was talking about. So you can see that we drained everything and cleaned them out, refurbished the equipment, and now they look like they are new. Now they can operate function fully. You can go to the next slide. Chair, so I think that's why I end, Chair. So in terms of progress, Chair, of the river, we are hoping that around February, the phase 1 of the project will be able to be handed over and function as it's supposed to be. Concurrently, we would have started with the contractors that would have been appointed, the one that we have been promised by DBSA that within this week or next week we should be getting feedback as to who they have appointed, together with the ones that they will be closing in February, Chair. The report is tabled, Chair. The presentation is tabled. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, now it's time for us to engage the content of the report. And in the meantime, before the councillor comes in, I just need you to establish the number of phases and then what are the time frames in relation to that. Then a brief, there was the Hammanskraal media buzz with the mayor. So we just need to understand what does phase 1 mean. You know, because we're not too interested in the cleaning of the tank and it looks nice. We're interested in the end product. If you say phase 1 is completed, what do you mean?
Okay.
Does it mean that Ward 49, Banana, they're going to get water? So you give us that kind of presentation so it doesn't become too technical unnecessarily for committee members. I think while the councillors are asking questions, that's I think my point of interest. Councillor, you can jump in, Councillor David.
Thanks very much, Chair. You covered me on my big question, which is when is the completion date.
Okay.
The second question I've got is internal city processes. Is this project falling under the Enterprise Project Management Unit? It has been a concern in the past that projects have been managed off Excel spreadsheets. And we were hoping that Project Management Unit was going to take over and record milestones and stuff. So I know it's a bit off track, but just is there a Project Management Unit involved? Thank you.
Okay, Rival. Oh, you forgot we were discussing rival comments. Councillor Deputy Chief Whip.
Chair, I'm happy with the report, and I agree with you. But there's something that is blowing my mind. I've been following the updates on the river, and I'm worried colleagues are not laboring on this progress that we're doing. Instead, the press conferences that have been, and to some extent, even people who are media experts, they keep on confusing the community on the ground. You know, this gives you the nitty-gritties, and from our standing point as politicians, we should be able to break this thing down and take people through of the painful exercise of the work that is being done and give them hope. But so far, the presentations that I've seen have caused more confusion than any other thing expected out of the presentation. I'm just asking myself, as and when he was presenting here today, are we receiving something totally different from what other councillors and so on were receiving? Because this clearly tells you and gives you, in a simple format, where do we come from, where are we, and where do we intend to go? I'm quite happy. This past 2 weeks I've seen 2 water pipe bursts in one of the areas that were adversely affected by this. I've seen 3 sewer blockages. So it tells you that we're going somewhere. So we indeed, we're nearing the end of the tunnel. We just need to tie up the loose ends and make sure that somewhere along the way it doesn't have problems. There was the last communication was that we will be out of the woods by June, if I'm correct. And people did not take kindly to that because there was no explanation. That's why I'm raising it. But if information, it's very short, straight to the point, and clear, simple for me. Now I even called the spokesperson of the city president and said, but no, you are confusing our people. I went to the MMC of Human Settlement and said, I want us to take a different approach. Let's sit down with these people, let them explain to us what they're doing in one meeting. And we break into 5 teams and go into the community of Hammanskraal and explain them. This is what I was expecting, but I can tell you, I'm not sure whether on the other side you are confusing them or this side is something totally different in terms of presentation.
Thank you, Councillor Marshani. We had a hand this side.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the presentation was well structured in terms of where we are, in terms of the progress. When we were presenting there, I thought this phase 1 is your foundation, according to my interpretation. We still need to go and have phase 2 and phase 3 as the main things that we need to do to arrive to the end product. So my question is that in terms of the budgeting, are we still certain that phase 2 and 3 is still going to be covered? I'm asking this question because most of these important projects are not proceeding well because of issues of mismanagement of funds, in terms of budget being redirected to certain things, and they see to not having resources or money, because last time when I checked, it was told that no, will require a lot of millions of money, which the city was unable to provide. So I wanted to check before we could be more excited with the development that certainly going to phase 2 and 3, are we still certain that there will be money in securing the future? Secondly, Honey Development Bank of Southern Africa, I thought we is assisting in terms of injecting money, but I think here is assisting us in terms of infrastructure planning and so forth. I wanted to understand the relation. I know they are doing good work in terms of, since they've been sourced to work with us, and the work are commendable. So I just wanted to know what is their specificality in terms of assisting us there. Thank you.
Thank you. Another input or take? Alright, then you can answer the first set of questions.
Thanks, Chair. And indeed, members, there is a big confusion around the delivery of water in Hammanskraal. Maybe let me clarify it for you so you can understand where the confusion is. There's work happening in Rooival, which is happening in phase 1A, 1B, 2, and 3. So that's Rooival. There's work that is happening in the interim at Mahalis, Cliff Drift. So that work is work that will fill in while we are battling with Rooival. So that's where the confusion is, because sometimes interchangingly people will speak about Rooival and speak about Cliff Drift, and as if it's one project. It's completely separate processes, right? So Rooival is in those phases. We are now completing phase 1A of Rooival. What it means is, what you discharge into the river is what Kaswabariki effluent. So what you discharge into the river must be better quality. So our challenges has always been, because the plant is not working, what goes into the river is dirty. meaning your timber water plant gets dirty water and is not able to clean it properly. Hence you hear brown water and all those. That's Royval, right? Phase 1A is ending, it's imminent, it can end next month. That's the one that I gave progress on, it's on 90%. There's 1B, which is further work on what was done after 1A. We have the budget for that. That will be completed, we are planning July 2026, next year. Then there's 2 and 3, worth billions and billions of rand. As I'm sitting here, no one knows when that will happen. It's worth billions of rand. As I'm sitting here, I don't have my team because they are there on site with Infrastructure South Africa, with DBSA, addressing a member the question of funding. So what we do what they call project preparation. So you package your stuff to say, here are the numbers. I think remember you spoke about that when we were talking about the power plant earlier, to say, you package your numbers. Say, I'm able to get so much in terms of revenue. So meaning when funders come, you entice them. So that's the work that is happening currently, to say, because we don't have the billions for phase 2 and 3, let's go and entice the market, or free our market. So we're enticing the market. So the guys were there this morning, they are probably still there now. They're dealing with that work where we are going to the market to beg for money. So that's the separate work for phase 2 and 3. Castle doesn't have money for 2 and 3. Now, Cape Drift, because we know that we have a challenge of saying we're only going to do phase 1 and phase 1B, which does not guarantee us that we'll get completely clean water. Because the plant as is, the capacity is not enough. Members spoke to how the city is growing. So the future plans are going to take care of this growth so that you know that the plant is 100%. That's 2 and 3, phase 2 and 3. Now, seeing these challenges of us doing Royval in bits and pieces, that's where DWS and Mahalis came into the party. They said, we have got a quicker solution that we can use in the interim. We'll package it in 4 phases. Phase 1 will end in November. Phase 2 will end in February of 2025. Phase 3, April of 2025. Phase 4, that's where the June comes from. So that's Cape Drift, it's not Tshwane. That's Mahalis water. Saying Tshwane, we'll sell you water while you're making your own battles. Let us sell you water to give to people of Amaskara with the assistance of DWS, Department of Water and Sanitation. So they are done with phase 1. That's where you saw the mayor drinking the water. Kekana Gardens, Babelehi, Morokolong, Mandela Village, Brickview. So those are the areas that are now getting clean water. As I'm talking to you now, we can go there and drink the water. The next phase, which is meant to end next month, is supposed to take care of Majaneng, Makapanstad, Kudube Unit 1, Jubilee Tower, Jubilee Direct, and Dominican Tower. So that's the next phase. So again, members, this is not Tshwane. This is Mahalis doing their work, selling us water, while we are dealing with our own problems. So what they are saying is by end of phase 4 in June 2025, these are their timelines, members, don't hold me to these timelines. They are saying they should be able to give, the last phase is supposed to take care of the area that is supplied by Sikampane Reservoir. So that should be the last phase that they are going to give us water. So we are hoping, we're working with them, we have a task team that will work with them to ensure that we hold them accountable for what they've promised our people. We will be able to report as and when you want us to come back and report what we are seeing on the ground so that there is no confusion. But we are hoping that by end of June 2025, as they've promised, at least the people of Amaskara, all of them, will have clean water while we battle with our Royval, which we are seeing good progress as well. I hope I've clarified the confusion that is there. Yeah, so clean water for now is not our water, it's Mahalis. We are buying it from Mahalis. But we are hoping that when we have the billions to finish phase 3, Mahalis will kiss them goodbye. We do our own clean water as it of time. Yeah, so that's where we are.
The time frame for phase 3 under Mahalis.
Okay. So phase 1, they said November, we finished in December. Phase 2, they said February 2025. Phase 3, they said April 2025. And then the last phase, which is phase 4, they've said June 2025. Yes. So what we're doing on our side is already for phase 1, because I mean our people must pay for the water now. We understand previously, but now they have to pay for the water. So phase 1 that is already getting the water, we're now billing them. We've given them the meters, we are billing them. We're now starting to install for phase 2. When phase 2 is done, we're going to bill them. It's just like that, so until we get to phase number 4, so that we can pay Mahalis, because if we don't pay Mahalis, back to square one, they'll cut the water. So that's where we are, chairperson and members. In terms of our phases, just to recap, our phase 1A, we are hoping that we'll finish in February. The completion date was April. We're hoping to finish in Feb. For our phase 1B, we are hoping to finish in July of 2026. And again, we are saying we are not upgrading the plant to be bigger. We are fixing what is on the ground to work better and monitor the amount of effluent, like the quality of water that goes back into the upper river. In terms of chair, the project management member, it's not with EPMU, it's blended. So there's the DBSA, which has been appointed as the implementing agent, and they're doing very well, and then assisted by internal staff from water and sanitation. So far, I'm not worried. We have seen good progress. I'm not worried. We're hoping that your concerns of the PMU operating optimally, that's my department, that's why I'm appointed. We're hoping that with the improvements, they've been capacity building, people being appointed, we're hoping to see those improvements, in terms of project management. But I must say that already the improvements are imminent. Remember, if you look at the expenditure, the amount of projects that we're able to push, it's a pity the capex is low now compared to where we are. We were maybe some few years ago, 7 years ago or so, where we used to be sitting at 4 billion. Now we're sitting at half that at 2 billion. So I mean, if we're still sitting at 4 billion, chair, maybe we'll be able to say, let's put that money in Royval. But unfortunately, we're not at those levels. I think I've cleared the issue of the confusion relating to June. I've cleared the issue of the budgeting. So we do have budgeting to complete 1A and 1B. So those ones should be able to be completed. We just have the issues with 2 and 3 where we are seeking funding. DBSA had promised to give us money, chair and members. So far, there is 0 coming our direction. It's us paying them for assistance for now, not them giving us money. The last time we were hoping to get anything from DBSA was 25 million, which is nothing. It's a drop in an ocean for operations, for normal operational work at Royal Valley. We have not received that money. We have been talking for over a year. 25 million does not count, so I don't expect billions if I can't get 25 million, chair. We just need to be honest with ourselves. So as is, DBSA is not giving us money. We are out there chasing money for ourselves, chair. I think that's where we are in terms of DBSA. I think I've answered all the questions, chair.
If I may just follow up. The phase 1A, phase 1B has the same deadline, which is February. Or phase 1B, and I'm not taking Mahalis here, has a different deadline.
Chair, phase 1 is February. Phase 1B is starting in February. We're hoping to finish it, I think it's 14 months in July of 2026. So it's only starting now.
Or it will run after this one is concluded?
Yes, yes. We had hoped that they'll run concurrently, but there was a delay in appointing of contractors. But in terms of their plans, chair, they are still ahead of where they wanted to be. If you were to go back to those slides, we have managed to press them to bring their dates closer to compared to where they had planned to be. Because like for 1A, we're supposed to only finish in April, and we're confident that we'll be able to save 2 months at least. So you can see that the progress has been very good on their part. And of course our team as well that's on site working with them.
All right. Now, you spoke about billing as members are sharpening their questions, getting this and ready. You were speaking about billing of the residents as and when you finish different phases. What is the approach here? Are you clearing historic debt for the residents because of the water that was not clean running through the pipes? Or how are you going to build the residents? What is the strategy around building? That's one important question from my side. Another one is there any work done on recouping of funds, or is it of mismanagement, or there is nothing that is being done? And if there is anything that you believe that it's important that we should know about as a committee, you can also try to fill us in and take it from there.
Thanks, Chair. I think if committee allows me, there is a separate report on the clearing of historic debt. I will request that I chair. I don't deal with that question. I know there is a separate report from finance dealing with that, but to give you comfort, we are only bidding from the day when we open, when the water starts being cleaned. So the historic debt is not going to be interfering with the bidding that we're doing now. It's a new meter, starts from zero, and then we bill from zero. So that's what we're doing currently. That's what we're doing currently. I don't know the status of that report. Councillor Marishal, maybe you will know. I don't know where that report for clearing of historic debt is, but I know there is a report. I had hoped that by now it went past council last year already. But if it's not, it's probably still on its way to council. But there is a report on clearing historic debt.
Yeah, there was a report. But the only thing that one was not sure about was the areas that it was covering.
Oh, yes.
Because I remember went to a meeting in Mamelodi, and they asked for the same similar kind of solution, and so on. All right. Is there any work done on the recouping of funds where there was mismanagement?
Chair, I think that as well is bigger than me. I'm acting in the position because people are not there. So I don't know, Chair, if I'm in a position to answer that. I've just been borrowed from the office of the COO to go and assist. So yeah, Chair, I think the CM should answer that very comprehensively, Chair. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. All right. Colleagues, is there anything that you might want to ask? No. All right. No, it looks like we are fine.
Mine is a comment.
Oh, yeah. Let's go. I was surprised. I was going to ask you.
No, the reason why I delayed is that I was looking around the table and saying, hey, I might be the only one who remembers. But I remember we were once left by a councillor when we were in council to charge us in court about this matter. And I'm asking myself today, where is that council? Because that's why I keep on referring to legal. That we need to, from time to time, as and when we execute our work, we need to get indications when we go astray. Because this problem is going to where it originates. The reason why we find ourselves here today is because of politics. A councillor left us in council to go and interdict the city from moving on a report that was addressing the issue of Municipal before the crisis happened. In fact, a couple of years before the crisis happened. And the courts found in favor of that council. That's what I'm saying. Even the courts themselves must take responsibility of certain things. Because today we are where we are today. People have died, for that matter. And no one among those people who took us to court and the decisions which were taken into court will take responsibility for these things. I will go back and dig for that information and come and present it if possible. Because we cannot just let this thing slide just like that. It's a very painful exercise. I remember at some point even there were jokes at some point to say, because as the city we were spending, yes, a large amount of money, but there was progress in terms of, you remember the water was salty in Amaskara, but there was a point where we were purifying the water. That exercise was happening every day, and the quality of the water had improved in Amaskara. But all of a sudden we were taken to court, and there was a different view in as far as the court was concerned, and the entire process had to stop because the tender or the contract was declared illegal and so on, without taking into consideration that we are dealing about water, which is life. Literally, you can't do anything without water. So we are not just where we are today simply because of something natural that happened, but we are here because of human behavior and largely politics which happened there. That's the comment I just wanted to make, Chair.
Yeah. All right, and then I don't think you will answer. Anyway, it's a comment, but you can make another comment on top of the comment.
Chairperson?
Yes.
Thank you, Lord. Even though I missed the presentation, Voival is one of the projects that has national interest because of whatever is happening in the social media that doesn't stop concerning Voival. So, Chair, it's important that the SMPEC really are really giving information as early as possible, because we rather focus on performance rather than later coming for consequence again. We don't want to see any more consequences concerning Voival or anything, because of the national interest will be viewed as a weak, useless impact if we go back to Voival again, because we have a new task of performance management. It's important that we follow up and we are giving enough information all the time about where they are, because I can hear with this Mahalis, it releases pressure, and when people don't have pressure, matters are solved, and they tend to relax, and funny things start happening. And later that you never relax, and we overlook Voival, and the next thing is the billions you're talking about that are invested in Voival, it becomes another thing at the end of the day. When we open our eyes after 5 years, 3 years ago, we go back to Voival, then there's a lot of issues. This, who did what, did not do this. So our oversight and our pressure, as far as the performance of Voival is concerned, should not cease because of Mahalis has provided a solution. We really have to keep on doing inspection in locals and be able to make sure that we close this thing of Voival once and for all. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Councillor, thank you very much, Councillor.
No, I think the fellow councillor, their colleague, partially covered me, but Chairperson, I was debating my alone there, trying to check the impact of phase 2 and 3. Should we not get the resources that we were looking for? And I take comment what is being done on phase 1 in terms of enticing the investors not to come because the site is secured, the equipment management is also secured, the reinstallation of other materials is secured. But the most important factor, Chairperson, that this community must note, the first one is that we are in the midst of Mahalis at the current moment, as it has been presented. And so that we need to note is that phase 2 and 3, it is not yet budgeted for. And when we engage with the people, political principals, other people who have interest, we must emphasize this second point of not having resources to complete entirely the work that is being done. We can celebrate the first phase, which is foundation. Of course, that is not a problem. But the main work needs to be carried out and be concluded in phase 1, in phase 2 and 3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So, look, I mean, the general comment is that, I mean, from my side, I'm just a bit disappointed that the real progress that we can touch, and you know, we can really see the real progress on, is Mahali's side of things. That's, I think, a big disappointment. Then we don't seem to have progressed much, apart from, you know, the cleaning of the tanks and installation of your oxygen pipes and so on. But apart from that, we can't tangibly touch anything and say, look, in terms of the progress in as far as Roivan, at least there is this that is done. You know, fencing is very basic, it's fencing, it's nothing technical about it. It's not above anyone's pay grade even, you know, it's just fencing, so it's a normal preview, which is good to have, but the people in Namaskara still can't, and we know the other ones, they, you know, from Mahali's intervention, we can still provide water to them, but the real goal is that next time when you are here, because February, you know, I think is far, that is very close. We are going to have to agree and speak on what is happening to phase 1A, because we have to push that Roivan so that at least what we have budget for can be spent before the same budget get taken away. Because essentially that's what's going to happen to Roivan again, where money will be taken back. In fact, even the people or the investors you are wooing, they will be more interested in putting money in Mahalis than putting money in Roivan, at the rate at which your delivery is. I mean, there's a report that you try to polish as much as you could, but it still can't shine at that level. And we're also not asking you to report things that don't exist. But equally, the picture is quite bleak in relation to Roival specific, because we have nothing we can say it has been achieved in relation to the actual end product, the water itself out of the taxes. But be that as it may, it is noted. Is there any litigation? I think you'll jump in now. There is no litigation, because I've had some corridor chat regarding the victims and stuff. There is no current legal processes that you are aware of that poses any risk to Roival or the city in relation to Roival. Apart from the bargaining council case of the 5 suspended comrades, that one is okay. It's out there. But is there any legal issues that needs to be brought before us that we should know about in relation to Roival? Thank you.
Chair, must I answer, or do you want to take councillor through the councillor?
There was another hand.
Okay, yeah. Can I answer, Chair? One of the things we desperately need is the fruitless, unauthorized, irregular, wasteful expenditure register. You will see that in the past terms we've asked for it, and that is supposed to be a list of all pending recoveries and problems. So it should not be specific to projects. It should be a complete list, and all the information that you've just asked should be on this register. So we've asked for it, council has passed recommendations, and it will make us look better that we don't have to ask people something we should be tracking. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The team has taken note of that. Yes, you can answer.
Thanks, Chair. So in terms of the litigation, Chair, none that I know of. There's only one where there's an order from the farmers around there where they wanted temporary relief of water tankers. We've been following that order. We've been giving them the water tankers. So that's the one that I know of where we are implementing the order. Chair, I just wanted to make a small correction on your statement, especially now on record, Chair. It's not just the visual appearances that we're dealing with. I think there is one element that we missed. So after you've done all these things, big machines and everything goes to a stream that goes into the bigger river. And what you're looking for is a magic number of the effluent level going into the river, and I think that's the detail that they've missed, Chair. So what we want to see at the end of this is what are the levels of quality on that water that goes onto the stream. And that's what, as members, I think you must have interest on when phase 1A is completed. Okay, so beyond what we'll be seeing there, you must ask, have you improved the quality of water going into the river? Which is what will assist us in the longer run. So I need you, please don't miss that one important bit and look at the fence and all those things. What we're doing is we are improving the quality of the water going into the river, Chair, which is what is going to give us, and you might find that after we've done this, when we go to Temba, a month or so after, we are seeing a bigger improvement, which might necessitate, and I'm just giving different outcomes. You might find that we get a different outcome that changes the whole picture of Machalis. So I want us to stay positive, Chair. I'm pleading with you. Let's stay positive. After phase 1A, let's go and check the quality of the water coming out of the plant. And then we can start now being negative if we don't see the quality improvement. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. It's okay. On a positive note. All right. No, I think it's enough for a day's work. We don't have any other presentations. No. No, colleagues, thank you very much for honoring this meeting, and we've done great work and great progress, and we believe that next time when we meet, that picture will have changed, and then we take it from there. Thank you very much. Yes, before we adjourn, just...
Chair, I would like us to address this issue of these hearings going forward, as to how are we going to structure them and what is it that we actually need to, what do we plan on achieving from these hearings? Because my biggest concern is we come to these hearings and most of the information that we are given is insufficient, and the information that is before us, we can't really do anything with it. All we are given is slideshows. We can't make recommendations. We are here just to listen. So my question is, how do we make these hearings more efficient going forward without just being us here listening to presenters presenting slides?
Okay. There is a concern on the table. Remember some of you, of course, you've been here for some time, but I would believe that some of the resolutions or the direction that we are taking now is that we have to somehow leave the boardroom comfort zone and go more into different sites for oversight. One, I think that will greatly improve that. Two is to call reports. Because these hearings are fine, but generally it's for officials to come and speak and paint a certain picture. But in general, we have a right to call reports. So anything that is of concern, we need to start by calling reports so we can take decisions that are binding, and we can also do and have recommendations because many of these reports about representations are for noting and then they don't help us much. But also we need to make the committee to have teeth and bite, and we need to go out there and be more vocal about the work that the committee does and not keep it under wraps. I would imagine that as we work, then there might be additional other ideas that might come to the fore to say, look, I believe that if we also tackle it in this particular manner, it can add value and so on. But there is an open door policy. If you have a view, you have a recommendation, I believe that we'll consider that recommendation in good faith so that we can assist the committee and in general the council and residents. But yeah, I think your hand was up there, Councillor.
I'll follow up with you on that point. I agree with Mr. Swimfeng that these presentations are not like a committee meeting. At the committee meeting we can make resolutions there. At the committee meeting we can ask for reports. These presentations are very airy-fairy, if I can use that term. There's no goal, there's no specific idea of what we're trying to get.
It's information,
yeah.
But still don't help much.
It doesn't help because we can't turn it into some productive recommendations. During a committee meeting, we've got the mechanism for productive recommendations. During these presentations, what we've done is taken notes and then we'll ask during the committee meeting. So I'm not sure, useful information, but at my age, I see something one day, and if I'm supposed to remember it by the 7th of February, you've got no chance.
No,
so we can discuss it. We can discuss it offline, I think.
Yeah. No, agreed. And by the way, those committee meetings, you can still have those slides if you want to inculcate it, right? If you want to make a point, because the slides is information, so they are able to bring part of that. Anyway, it should not change when it comes to committee, but we can do. I don't know your advice, but if you want less of the presentations, more of committee meetings, I'm game. I don't have a problem with that. Yes,
to my understanding, presentation serves like inspection logo through presentations. They're actually getting us to understand this department better. Because sometimes we go to normal meetings, we get presentations, and we try to think what is happening within the department. But it's a more informal way that people can come here without thinking of consequences and everything, and just enlighten us on whatever is happening within the department, and then we engage with them and understand them. And then when we get the opportunity to call reports, our report will be better informed and better aligned than when we don't understand. So they are the same as inspection in logos, but they are actually presentation to say, come and tell us about the department, what is happening on specific issues that we think might be matter of interest for us. Understanding the legal system, how the legal operates, how it gets to its conclusions of matters, investigation and all those things. So they are actually part of our work and a good training for us to make a better understand what is happening in different departments, so that when we call reports, from here if we want to recommend, we can formalize it in a meeting and then through the chairperson or ourselves say, we think that there's something that we need to look into as advised by the presentation, to say, and in housing company Tshwane, we want to look into the matter of them failing to get those applications approved quick enough. How do we dig into that using our formal meetings and assisting them? Come, give us a report, we make a recommendation, and we resolve one matter of them. But without this presentation, sometimes we are just clueless on what's happening in the city. And I think we need a balance of both.
Yeah, it's not to do completely away with the other. There is space for, it's about a good mix. What is your idea of a good mix. Councillor?
Yeah, thanks. My view is that, since I've been assigned into this MPEG committee, is to legislate it, and it requires a lot of readings. And this, from where I'm sitting, in my considered view, these hearings, from my personal experience, they have indeed assisted me a lot. In terms of scrutinizing, knowing deep about a particular department. For a typical example, in terms of housing company, we are not even aware in terms of the wasteful, fruitless expenditure that was alluded here. But through this hearing, we are now in a better position to know what money has been spent, 41 point something million irregularly. So, but what I'm thinking is that in terms of legal status of the meeting, of course, is not compulsory. If colleagues like myself are preoccupied with other issues, then there's nothing wrong to say no, I won't be available into that particular hearing. Then the person can be excused. But I agree with the status, but that doesn't mean we must not proceed with them. Where we see it's fit, justifiable, tangible, let's call the department in an informal way to know much better about it. Then we'll take it from there. Then in inspection in local is a legal status of MPEG and other committees. MPEG meeting will call those report, but let not disregard these hearings. We can have your own matters that we need to do. Then it's fine, you can then speak to your will be there. But we need to attend and be enriched with information. Otherwise, we are not going to do anything with MPEG. It's too legislated. It requires a lot of work to be done.
No, thank you, colleagues. I think the middle ground is that there is no real change that's going to happen, or there is no meeting that we're doing away with it. It's just to have a good mix, and then there is a place for those hearings. However, we just need to have a very good balance, so we don't become a boardroom committee, and equally we're not a hearing committee, but we're able to can do different other things, from inspection in loco to the hearings to the actual committee meetings, and then we take it from there. But I think today was a very productive meeting, and then also in the future the team will know when they ask for different presentations. For instance, we need to go into different aspects of what we expect. We need to give these guys some form of a framework, so that whatever that they come with, it has a bit of meat. Because in all fairness, if you had to look at the three presentations, you will have Tshwane Housing Company, then you'll have Royal Water, and then electricity at the bottom in terms of the substance. But then if you check it out properly, it means if we were able to direct these departments accordingly and tell them that these are the key issues that we are looking at, so we need you to give us more details in 1, 2, 3, you would find that the feeling of the hearing being obsolete or not useful would have basically not even arisen at this particular meeting. It's just about when we are here, we need to see stuff that matters, things that we can touch, not that we feel that no, the officials are just coming here to give us some slides and then that's it. But if there is meat, like now we know what is happening in Tshwane Housing Company. We have an idea, we are going to call a report, but had it not been this hearing, like we said, then we wouldn't have really even gotten an idea of calling that report that we believe all of us that is important to call. But I think the agreement is just a good mix.
Supported, Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues.
Chair,
And,
Chair, you are fortunate. You are welcome in a very good way. normally the first meeting of chairpersons, they give you a list of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. That happened 10 years ago. Your agenda for
Well,
meeting agenda.
Thank
you. We need at least